What should we do? Should we leave the cameras on, or we can switch them off?
No, you can switch it off and then on when you speak. Remember to switch it on when you speak if you were to speak. So
Okay, thanks.
at the moment you can switch it off if I have assisted you, but for those who are needing assistance, they may need to switch on their camera so that I can assist.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members and distinguished guests, could we all take our seats so that we can commence with the program?
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much, colleagues. If we can please take our seats so that we can start. Right, thank you very much. The Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the President of the IPU, Dr. Tulia Axon, the SA Ambassador to the EU, Her Excellency Dr. Zila Kasa, our keynote address speaker for the day, Professor Eddie Maloka, Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, House Chairpersons, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Premiers of the various provinces that are joining us online, speakers, Honorable MECs, ambassadors from various missions that we have invited to join us online, the Secretary to Parliament, the Secretary to the NCOP, invited guests, and our support staff. May we all please rise to observe a moment of silence or of prayer or meditation, please. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Honorable members and distinguished guests, I welcome you to the 2025 Africa Day Lecture, a defining moment for our continent. Nigerian author Wole Soyinka said, and I quote, "I grew up in an atmosphere where words were a more integral part of culture," unquote. Today we will hear words of wisdom, words of inspiration, and words of hope, because we've gathered very eminent speakers who will be addressing us this afternoon. We do not merely commemorate Africa for its diversity. We also ignite action by launching the P20 nationwide sectoral build-up activities under the valiant theme, and I quote, "Pioneering Africa's inclusive economic growth through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, optimizing our levers for building the Africa we want," unquote. Honorable members and honorable delegates, this is not just another event. It is a call to rise as a united continent. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area gives us the tools to transform our economies, unlock opportunities, and uplift our people. But it takes all of us to achieve our goals. So I'm calling on you, every leader, every sector, every citizen, to show up, to speak up, and to get involved in developing the African continent that we so desire. Together, let us turn our vision into reality. The prosperous Africa that we seek starts with us. With that spirit of shared purpose and momentum, it is my honor to welcome the voices that will lead us through this critical conversation. There is an African proverb that says, "Tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." Having said that, distinguished guests, it gives me great honor and pleasure to call upon the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, a woman of wisdom, a woman of vision, and more importantly, a daughter of Africa, to address us this afternoon.
Warm greetings to our program director, who happened to be the deputy chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Governor. Greetings to the presiding officers who are present here with us today in the house. Greetings to our chief whip in the NCOP, Honorable Mimang, the honorable members of both houses, both the NA, who have joined in virtually, as well as the NCOP. The Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Honorable Whitefield, who's here with us. Our own MEC Manzini, the MEC of Health, hailing all the way from Mpumalanga. Our keynote speakers, Professor Eddie Maluka, our Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of Tanzania and President of the IPU, Dr. Exon, our Ambassador to the EU, Her Excellency Ms. Thokozile Xasa, ubukhosi bethu inkosi uNonkonyana. Ngiyakubona namhlanje unomlingani wakho uPrince Farmer. I'm specially greeting you, Prince Farmer. You can't even hear that. You're busy reading your book. Of course, we do have our esteemed guests who are invited. They are in our midst. Some of them, they've joined virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, before I could start delivering my message, I would request that we take this opportunity and observe a moment of silence for the passing of Honorable Kabashe, who is the member of the NA and as well the Deputy President of the Women's League of the African National Congress. May I humbly request that we bow our heads, stand up and bow our heads in her remembrance. May her departed soul rest in peace. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Sanbonani, Molweni, Dumelang, Goeiemorgen, Abusheni, Dimatsiare, Jambo. Yes. It gives me a great pleasure to give remarks to this Africa Day public lecture. During this month of May, where Africa's people, both on the continent and in a diaspora, reassert in the public consciousness its aspiration and vision of the rebirth and the unity of Africa as constituted on the 25th of May, 1963. It was a historic occasion whose mission led to the formation of the Organization of African Unity in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. Initially, it was founded by 32 countries. A further 21 states joined gradually, where South Africa finalized its membership on the 23rd of May in 1994. We owe much gratitude to this generation of Africa's leaders whose struggles and resistance against forms of domination and exploitation, correctly named slavery, colonialism, and imperialism across the Black world as a collective problem that compels a collective response. Through these struggles, Africans across the diaspora and continent enacted a more coherent articulation of this phenomenon through describing, interpreting, and explaining the fact of Africa's at levels of epical proportion. The development of the theory of African Union, African rebirth, or Pan-Africanism that we today celebrate is thus a product of this political injunction whose intentionally sought clarity, the conflict between what is against and what ought to be. Simply put, Pan-Africanism served to promote the political, socio-economic, cultural unity, self-reliance, and self-determination of Africa and its diaspora in the Americas, the Caribbean, and Europe. It serves as a confrontation with epistemic and physical dispossession of the Black world, so pervasive in order to restore Africa to itself as part of community of nations in the world. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, it is within this context that our public lecture, interactive session, and forthcoming House debate has been prioritized and programmed by this activist parliament. The chief aim is to recalibrate and re-invoke as a form of intellectual praxis the meaning and understanding of this moment across the continent and the globe. It is an opportunity for the continued interrogation of some of the systemic re-emergence and evolving challenges confronting our continent and its people. It is an invitation to a festival of ideas through forms of intellectual meditation, reflection, soul-searching, and repair in ways that can make this parliament relevant, incisive, and more attendant to the African agenda and its challenge to continue a long arc of Africa's total liberation. In accordance, the perennial challenge is to shift the persistent features of the post-colonial nation state, which through the eyes of ordinary people, pain and suffering continues to be felt, experienced, and lived, even under conditions of human freedom. Meaning, changing the very quality of freedom with a capacity to de-link from the persistent features of a colonial mix of power is a generational mission and questions of this moment. In this regard, our argument is that new possibilities for a politics of redress is on the horizon through a reading of growing calls for self-reliance, social justice, and repairs. Kwame Nkrumah, the founding president of Ghana and leading figures for African unity, insisted that the forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than the imposed influences that keeps us apart. To this end, the African Union's declaration of 2025 as a year of justice for African and the people of African descent through reparations is the radical insistence for collective justice. It is, according to Adekai Adebayo, at the Center for the Advancement of Scholarship, part of the long history of struggle from the 18th century, when early Pan-Africanists demanded restitution for European slavery and imperialism. It is a response of Adebayo, elaborates, to 4.5 centuries of imperial rule, which left Africa geographically divided, economically fragmented, and militarily vulnerable. It is a matter not adequately responded by former European imperial powers and beneficiaries of enslavement who left unanswered the questions of repair. To this extent, the reparatory discourse should be literally David Eng underlines, one which is a response, an accounting, a payment meant to write a history of violence into the past. Furthermore, and often discounted, an understanding of reparation as a continuous process, mediating relations of love and hate, of idealization and aggression amongst contending social forces. In essence, understanding reparations as a process opens a more elaborate space to explore a social and psychic effects of power and violence. This public lecture, through the theme for the sitting and subsequent House debate, reaffirms our commitment to pioneering Africa's inclusive economic growth, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, optimizing our levers for building the Africa we want. In this way, we wish to anticipate the elaboration and unpacking of these interventions and priorities through the keynote address that we will receive today from Professor Maluka, the discussant, honorable members, and the broad section of invited guests. However, what we truly seek is to promote public African economies that ensure partnership, collaboration, and restitutive discourse that represents and promotes our talent, aspirations, values through an ecology of knowledges against the universalist body of knowledge that reproduces rather than recreate Africa differently. It means a form of repeopling the world, re-worlding beyond West, through structured conversations and dialogue that dismantles dominant power relations and the persistence of racialized and gendered capitalism. In so doing, the challenge is expanding the canvas of thought through a philosophy of liberation that promotes a paradigm of peace, land, and bread as a necessity for now. We are thus contending with the unfinished business of decolonization, de-imperialization, and thinking through other lexicons and for the creation of alternative futures. It is an invitation for the progressive intelligentsia and the activist parliament engaged in a discursive rethinking and unthinking as a labor of love and the restoration of African personality. As I conclude, honorable members, Parliament will thus use the hosting of the G20 Summit and the P20 Summit of Speakers on African soil to recenter the African agenda through the thematized engagement that promotes human solidarity, equality, and sustainability of our economies and social life. Amy Cizé, literary scholar from the land of Martinique, through his famous discourse of colonialism, warned and challenges today's leaders when he noted, a civilization that promotes incapable of solving the problems it creates. Sorry, I've got flu, I'm struggling. He once said that a civilization that promotes incapable of solving the problems it creates is a decadent civilization. A civilization that chooses to close its eyes to its most crucial problems is a stricken civilization. A civilization that uses its principles of tricky and deceit is a dying civilization. The fact is, honorable members, when Western civilization has been shaped by 2 centuries of bourgeoisie's rules and is incapable of solving the 2 problems to which its existence has given rise, that is the problem of labor and colonial problem. Nkosi sikelela iAfrika. Morona buluka setjhaba sa heso. Happy Africa Day. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think that was an inspirational start to this Africa Day lecture. And I think one of the key points that our chairperson has raised, and that is the issue of self-determination. As a continent, we should not continuously find ourselves expecting handouts from colonial powers themselves, who did so much of harm to this continent. Self-determination and self-reliance should be something of a goal that we all strive towards. And I want to thank the chairperson for an inspirational address. Honorable members, distinguished guests, our keynote speaker for the day has been very carefully selected and chosen. Professor Eddie Maloka is a South African diplomat, academic, and a public servant with over 30 years of experience in African governance and international relations. From 2016 to 2024, he served as a CEO of the African Peer Review Mechanism, where he led its revitalization and integration into the African Union. Professor Maloka has advised senior South African leaders on global policy, helped shape milestones like the country's entry into BRICS, and contributed to key African Union initiatives such as NEPAD. He is currently a professor of practice at the University of Johannesburg, a published author, and an award-winning poet who remains a passionate advocate for African development. It is my singular honor and pleasure to request Professor Maloka to share his wisdom with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP. Please permit me to stand on the protocol announced by yourself, Mr. Deputy Chairperson, and of course, the chair of the NCOP earlier when she had the floor. I don't want to offend anybody, and people don't greet me when we break for tea. So all protocol is duly observed. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this public lecture during Africa Month, especially in the light of South Africa's hosting of the G20. The theme assigned to me is pioneering Africa's inclusive economic growth through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, optimizing our levers for building the Africa we want, close quote. This topic encompasses three aspects, all of which are aspirational for Africa. One is, how can we achieve inclusive growth, economic growth, which has been elusive for Africa? Two, how can we achieve the goals of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which aims for an integrated Africa with no barriers to trade, facilitating African countries trading with each other? And finally, how do we realize the Africa we want by the year 2063? I'm not an economist, Deputy Chair. The closest I came to studying economics was when I took development studies in my youth. Therefore, I won't try to present myself as an economist to you this afternoon, as that will take me into unfamiliar intellectual territory. Instead, I feel more comfortable using the tools of comparative history and global history to address the three sub-questions of the topic you have assigned to me. The study of human society can be as complex as an optical illusion. Our understanding can become obscured if we do not examine the situation carefully. The approaches of comparative history and global history are beneficial. They help clarify the picture and eliminate any optical illusions. These methods allow us to identify similarities and differences more easily. They also connect history and geography, enabling us to view history in its full complexity and interconnectedness. I believe that the approach I will be proposing this afternoon empowers us conceptually to better understand the CFTA and the G20. Chairperson, as I followed President Donald Trump's recent impressive tour of the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates, the UAE, I was reminded of a reference I encountered in my youth as a young person of a fabled character called Prester John, and one Malian called Mansa Musa, both famous in history for their unparalleled wealth. As it turned out, Prester John was just a fictitious character manufactured in medieval Europe's imagination, a belief in a fictitious 20th century powerful Christian king and priest, who's apparently in this image that was created, he was this fictitious character who was so powerful and somewhere in the east. And at some point, they thought actually his place of residence was Abyssinia, which is Ethiopia. And this was created in the 14th century, even earlier, even in the 12th, from the 12th century, in the European, during their times of the fight with during the period of the Crusaders. By contrast, Mansa Musa was the real person, the ruler of the Kingdom of Mali in the 14th century. My interest in this, Deputy Chair, is what resonates with President Donald Trump's Middle East tour and how these two African characters were presented in contemporary records. I want to start with how Prester John was presented in the 14th century. I'm looking at a painting which was done by a 14th century monk. And then he describes, in one inscription, he describes the land of Abyssinia. He called it Abbasia, which Moro identified in this map as the central region of the immense kingdom of Prester John, merited considerable contextual attention. That's what it was, the detail. Abyssinia in this painting is depicted in the map with large castles and palaces that exceed those of any other African potency in opulence, size, and quantity. In addition, the country of Abyssinia possessed agricultural wealth to match its royal prosperity. And the following, there was then an inscription by Muro himself, and then he said, in the woods, I quote, in the woods of this Abyssinia, there is such great quantity of honey that they do not bother to collect it. When in the winter the great rains wash these trees, that honey flows into some nearby lakes. And thanks to the action of the sun, that water becomes like wine, and the people of the place drink it in the place of wine. So this is how this European fellow monk described Africa, and that is today Ethiopia in the 14th century, in his own imagination. And then Mansa Musa himself, he visited Egypt in Cairo in the 14th century, and there's an account from a 14th century character called Al-Umari who visited Cairo several years after the visit of Mansa Musa. And he writes as follows: from the beginning of my coming to stay in Egypt, I hear talk of the arrival of this Sultan Musa on his pilgrimage, and found that the people of Cairo were eager to recount what they had seen of the Africans' prodigal spending. This man, Mansa Musa, flooded Cairo with his benefactors. He left no court emir, no holder of a royal office without the gift of a load of gold. The people of Cairo made incalculable profits out of him and his suite in buying and selling and giving and taking. They exchanged gold with him until they depressed its value in Egypt and caused the price of gold to drop. Close quote. These citations, Chair, honorable members, show how Africa was viewed by the world in the 14th century. Contrast this to today. We are viewed as a continent of backwardness, underdevelopment, wars, poverty, the real third world, And some have also given us very nasty names, which I can't announce here. What has happened to the Abyssinia of Prester John? Where is the Mali of Mansa Musa? Where is the honey flowing in the rivers of Ethiopia or Abyssinia? The wine, where is the gold of Mali? Chairperson, we fought for our independence. We established the Organization of African Unity, today known as the African Union. These actions were all intended to realize the goal of the Africa we want of Agenda 2063. It is on this journey that I would like to focus my talk, because on Africa Day, we celebrate this journey while also reflecting on its achievements like the CFTA and challenges of the elusive inclusive growth. All what we have been doing since independence, since the formation of the OAU in 1963, is an attempt to establish an African regional community, a PAN community, which when examined from a comparative perspective is actually an impossible mission. Pan-Africanism is widely recognized in Africa as an ideology, a movement aimed at decolonization, unity, and the renewal of our continent, as we heard earlier from our chair. However, it is important to know that such pan movements, also referred to as macro-national movements or macro-nationalism, did not originate in Africa. These movements emerged in the 19th century and can be found globally, taking various forms. Both the African Union and the European Union are the products of this PAN concept, which involved the notion of uniting a specific group or a region. The ideas of community associated with these movements evolve over time, beginning as self-perception or collective sense of unity among their members, which later transform into political projects aimed at establishing a union. And here in Africa, let's just give you quickly the 5 factors that constitute the basis around which these communities constitute themselves. One is geography, so you are on the same continent, so you belong together. So you now try to constitute yourself into a regional community. Identity, which is consciousness, shared history, whatever you call it. Race, because you have the same skin color, then you think you are constitute a community. Values, the Europeans, they use values as the basis for that. And language and culture, there's an organization called, for example, the Organization of Turkish States, which is based on the speaking of Turkish language. So what we have achieved so far as the African people, we have been able to establish a regional community based on identity, facilitated by our collective experience of slavery and colonialism. We have also been able to establish regional institutions, the African Union being one of them, the regional economic communities, the Pan-African Parliament, all these bodies that we've created. We have also been able to establish a regional jurisprudence, the African Union Constitutive Act, the CFTA, the treaty, etc., 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 and the regional idea and programs for collective prosperity, the example being Agenda 2063. Establishing a regional PAN community has historically proven to be challenging. Most attempts to create such communities have failed, with notable exceptions in Africa and Europe. The PAN community often competes with the nation state and nationalism, and in most cases worldwide, it has succumbed to these two powerful forces. So I raise this point of Pan-Africanism in comparative perspective because over the years I've been working in Africa. When you sit with Africans, they always tell you how bad things are in Africa, that the AU is a flop. To actually say what the AU is trying to do, it's impossible. So you have to move from that point when you look at it comparatively, that what we are trying to do with the African Union it's an impossible mission. And just give you a quick span of the other attempts, similar attempts that we're trying to do in Africa, and just to give you a sense of, there's Pan-Africanism, we spoke about it, there's Pan-Americanism, there's Pan-Europeanism, Pan-Arabism, and Pan-Asianism. And just quickly, Pan-Americanism, you know, is closely associated with Simon Bolivar, for those who know it, and part of it led to the formation of the Organization of American States in 1948. The European Union, you know, it was created after the Second World War. But by the time it was established, already the idea of Pan-Europe was already in force, especially beginning in the 1920s. And the Second World War brought destruction to Europe, but could not kill the idea of a united Europe. Winston Churchill became one of the key figures who revived this idea post-war when he delivered his famous speech of September 1946 at the University of Zurich, entitled United States of Europe. And it sounds quite familiar, so maybe those who are familiar with Kwame Nkrumah will say Kwame Nkrumah plagiarized Winston Churchill's speech. And of course, ultimately, it resulted in the formation of the European Union in the course of the 1950s. Pan-Arabism, it emerged in the Middle East with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, and the British, they took some of the entities and then constituted them into protectorates, etc. But it was really with the independence movement, especially with in the 1950s, that it became a powerful force. It gained momentum after many Arab countries gained independence in the 1940s and 1950s. And some of you will be familiar with President Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, who ruled there, was the leader in Egypt, who was a key supporter of this movement. There was even an attempt, which was only 3 years, lasted for 3 years, to merge what is today Syria and Egypt into one state called United Arab, but it only lasted for 3 years. So these were the attempts for pan-Arabism. But with the war with Israel in 1967 and the defeat of the Arab states in that war, some consider that as an incident that brought to an end the you could say, pan-Arabic movement. Pan-Asianism, by contrast, is an ideology aimed at creating a political and economic community among Asian people, of course, and it was associated with Japan, and it was one of the reasons why it collapsed. So in summary, Pan-Americanism, a response to the collapse of the Spanish and Portuguese and British empires in the Americas, what to do when these empires were collapsing, and how must the newly acquired independent states constitute themselves, and it resulted in all those issues. But to summarize it, therefore, it was an unsuccessful project. It didn't take off. Pan-Europeanism resulted in the formation of the European Union. Pan-Arabism, Pan-Asianism, they failed for the reasons that I've listed before. Therefore, of the three, that is Pan-Africanism, Pan-Arabism, Pan-Asianism, only Pan-Africanism survived and managed to establish a regional community. That's the point I want to make. Pan-Africanism has been the most successful of these pan movements, even when compared to the European Union, when it comes to establishing a regional community. Where it has failed, and this is where I come in now to the topic of it is failed in delivering prosperity for the people of Africa. And this is an area where the European Union has been more successful. At independence, we had competing approaches to how we must constitute ourselves into a regional community. And some of these were rehearsed by the chair in her address earlier. Kwame Nkrumah, there were competing views. Do we constitute ourselves into a regional community based on geography, identity, or our skin color? And of course, Marcus Garvey earlier in the 1920s had said, no, we become Africans because of our skin color. And he was black, he was very dark like me. But Kwame Nkrumah said, no, geography. And to make his point, he went to Egypt and asked Nasser to give him a wife, and he married an Egyptian woman. So in that way, he was able to consolidate the basis on which we define ourselves as Africans, not based on race. Our skin color is based on geographic belonging. That's very important. And so Ghana, of Kwame Nkrumah, it was what Japan was to Pan-Asianism, but Ghana succeeded of Kwame Nkrumah. Pan-Asianism failed because Japan, as it was promoting the ideas of Pan-Asianism, it was also occupying countries, its neighbors, as a colonial power. So as it was promoting Pan-Asianism, it was perceived negatively by its neighbors that this is a colonial project. So Ghana, and Kwame Nkrumah in particular, he portrayed his Pan-African outreach to the continent as a revolutionary work and also as an act of selflessness. So Ghana was to Africa what France and Germany were to the Pan-European project in Europe, because the European Union succeeded because of Germany and France after the Second World War. So Kwame Nkrumah was influenced by 4 factors. in how he came to deliver, how he came to this. The first one, he was influenced by the United States experience. If you read his book, Africa Unite, it's quite a lot of reference to the United, because he spent 10 years there between 1935 and 1945. Very impressed by what you could say the leaders of American society who established American society in the 1770s with the American Revolution. At independence, instead of remaining as separate entities, they constituted themselves and had that Philadelphia Congress, where they then declared and adopted the Declaration of Independence and constituted themselves into a federal state that we have to this day. So Kwame Nkrumah felt that's the way Africa should be. When we get our independence, we shouldn't go separate ways, but we should constitute ourselves into a United States of Africa. He was also influenced by Latin America, the experience of Simon Bolivar. You know, Bolivia is named after him. Simon Bolivar tried to do that, uniting and all of that, but it failed. So Kwame Nkrumah constantly refers to it in the book, that we must not go the path or the route or follow the route of Latin America. And he was also influenced by the experience of Europe, because at the time when he was writing this book, the European Union had already been, it was now some sort of a community. But there was a view, especially pushed by France, to incorporate former French colonies into the European Union. So in the book, he's writing very strongly about the European Union and its agenda of incorporating former French colonies into the European Union. And then the other influence that was on him, that influenced him, which is, he doesn't acknowledge it, but of course I know when you read this, familiar with his work, he was influenced by George Patmore. George Patmore, you know, he was this Caribbean scholar, revolutionary and all of that, but he mentored Kwame Nkrumah. So George Patmore, he published a book in 1946 called How Russia Transformed Her Colonial Empire, which is actually the same ideas of American revolutionaries and the same ideas that Kwame Nkrumah came to espouse in the case of Africa, because he's arguing there and he's addressing himself to the British, that after he wrote it around the time of the Second World War, that after this war, you are going to decolonize these colonies, but don't give them individual independence. Do what the Soviet Union did or Russia did. So as Russia was retreating in the course of the Second World War, retreating or whatever, what it did is that as it was rescuing countries and all of that after the Russian Revolution, actually, what it did is that instead of like places like Ukraine and all of that, instead of leaving them as sovereign, separate, independent entities, it constituted the entire region into a Union Soviet republics. So that's what he was arguing, that when Africa gets its independence, don't go your separate ways. Don't have South Africa, don't have Ghana, let's have a United States of Africa. So this is what George Patmore was arguing, and he's published in a book in 1946. And when he wrote this book, and he of course published, he was already working with Kwame Nkrumah. So Kwame Nkrumah didn't acknowledge in the book, but you can see where he got the idea. Mr. Chairman, we have been failing on the prosperity side of our of the PEN project. Not because of a shortage of ideas. Ideas, we have them, and we have them in abundance. The CFTA, which we are talking about today, is an example of the ideas that we as Africans have generated over the years on how to build a prosperous continent. Because the point I'm trying to make is that when it comes, if you compare the 5 PEN projects I referred to, all of them except Europe and Africa were successful. But between us and the Europeans, we are the most successful when it comes to constituting a regional community. Where we failed is for this regional community to deliver prosperity to its people. The CFTA is not an isolated program. It is part of a development framework that we have been building since the late 1970s through the 1980s and 1990s. And it's, of course, continued through this process. At this stage, with your permission, South Africa was honored when the African Union elected one of our own, in the person of Wamkele Mene, as the Secretary General of the Continental Free Trade Area to lead this body. He has achieved remarkable progress from establishing a secretariat which is headquartered in Accra to operationalizing the treaty through various instruments and mechanisms. And I think we should congratulate him. Maybe I know the National Assembly can do it. I don't know if the NCOP can do it. Pass a motion and really commend it. Myself, when I went to the APRM, the National Assembly sent me a message. The CFTA is the result of an idea that developed in the 1970s. And I want to just quickly take you through this period. It's very, very important so that we are able to be on the same page on this matter. In the 1970s, especially from 1975, an idea emerged largely coming from the United Nations Economic Community, ECA, that in order for Africa to develop, it must establish what was called an African Economic Community, the AEC. And then this idea was then consolidated into a plan which was adopted by the OAU in 1980 called the Lagos Plan of Action. So the Lagos Plan of Action was adopted, and then if you go through the Lagos Plan of Action, it's a very ambitious program, industrial, agricultural, and then at the end of the document, it has what is called the annex. In the annex, it then says, in order to establish an African Economic Community, we must follow stages, and we must establish this by the year 2000. But we need a treaty in order for us to move towards an African Economic Community. And indeed, this treaty came, and it was adopted. It entered into force in 1991, called the Treaty Establishing an African Economic Community. Another name of it is the Abuja Treaty. So when you look at the treaty of the CFTA, it makes reference to that treaty. To understand what we are trying to do, you have to understand the Abuja Treaty, because it's the centerpiece of development and integration in Africa. So the whole idea was that to get to the African Economic Community, we start with regional economic bodies. At that time, SADC was not there. It was just ECOWAS. It was established in 1976. So the idea was that let's create these sub-regional groups as building blocks. Then we get into an African Economic Community. And the African Economic Community, now in the Abuja Treaty, in 2034, 20-something, it was then going to culminate in what is called an African Union. So this is the roadmap that is in the Abuja Treaty of these stages. But then what happened, but there were difficulties which I must mention before I go to the fate of the Abuja Treaty, is that this period is in African development thinking, and many Africans, if you ask them about the 1980s, they will tell you it's the lost decade. This is the period where we had post-colonial states that are self-serving, not serving our people. And we call it the lost decade because that's the period of the structural adjustment program. But one problem is that this development program I'm talking about, to set up this African Economic Community with the regional economic blocks as building blocks, the regional communities as building blocks, it was largely an external affair, a project outside the Organization of African Unity. It was done by the ECA under the leadership of a now late senior personality, Professor Adebayo Adedeji. So African leadership was not as central to it as it should have been. And of course, we had civil wars, the Cold War, and of course, a lot of other challenges. But the important thing you have to remember with the transition now, because now this is the 70s this is the 80s, now into the 90s Abuja Treaty. Now we're moving into 2000 and so. Now African leaders start being central. President Mbeki and Obasanjo, this is the generation of leaders who say, we are not going to outsource economic issues to the ECA. We ourselves who are going to lead it. This is the period of the African Renaissance and so on. Another time we had a figure here called Colonel Gaddafi. And Colonel Gaddafi convened a summit, a special summit in Sirte. The Libyans at that time, they used to call it 999 because it was in September on the 9th and 1999. So you needed to know, everybody needed to know 999, 999, 999. But it's very significant because then they adopted a Sirte Declaration. And the declaration looks at the roadmap that is contained in the Abuja Treaty and then resolves as follows. To establish the African Union, in conformity with the ultimate objectives of the Charter for a Continental Organization and the provisions of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community. 2, accelerate process of implementing the treaty establishing the African Community. In particular, this is the point, shorten the implementation periods of the Abuja Treaty. So then, instead of having a political union in 2034, 2035, I don't know who will be alive then, they decided, the leaders in CIRT, to shorten. Then, by shortening it in 2002, then was born here in South Africa, in Durban, which is the hometown of our deputy chair, the African Union. So as part of that, the transition that I'm talking to, this ambition of Africa to establish an African Economic Community following stages, then leaders deciding in CERT that instead of waiting for 2034, let's do political union now, then the OAU. And the reason they did that, because the idea of an African Economic Community is informed by European Union model of integration, because the European Union model of integration was preceded by economic integration. And political integration was achieved much recently. So they were pursuing that, but the leaders in their wisdom realized you can't use economies in Africa to integrate because economy is our weakest, but we are strong in politics. Let's start with political union now. But as part of that, then the vice chair, the deputy chair introduced me as somebody who was working with the New Partnership for Africa, NEPAD. There is a revolution that NEPAD introduced in development thinking. Up to then, when President Mbeki and his colleagues came up with NEPAD, the approach in Africa was, we do economics, maybe peace and security. We started focusing peace and security when Ahmed Salim took over as the Secretary General but there was no focus on governance. So what NEPAD does or did, it then created what you can call a triad of 3 pillars that constitute the basis currently of African development thinking. That for Africa to develop, it has to stand on 3 legs. 1, governance, good governance. Secondly, peace and security. And thirdly, sustainable development. But each one of them evolved separately. The economics led the way, late 70s into the 80s, and led to Abuja Treaty and all of that. The politics came later. The governance was brought in by NEPAD. So it's very important when you think of the development thinking in Africa to always remember how economics led the way, peace and security came in with Ahmed Salim, then NEPAD brought them together and brought in political governance. So we now have these 3 things. But then African Union was celebrating 50 years. Madam Zuma was in Addis Ababa as our chairperson. And then there was a thinking there that now that we're celebrating, is it 50 or 60? 50 years of where will Africa be in the next 50 years? That's where it came up with the idea of Agenda 2063. And then they then said, let's start to think, where must Africa be? So now, when you develop economies, and instead of looking at the back to the history, you now look to the future, you project into the future. That method or approach to economic development is called long-term perspective. So it's very important now to know that NEPAD, so Abuja Treaty, the Lagos Plan of Action were based on stages, development through stages to an African economic development. NEPAD was anchored on partnership. There was this belief at the time among our leaders that there is a lot of money out there. This money is waiting for Africans to call it, but Africans must be ready. That's why it has partnership, but we know this money never materialized. So there is a very strong sense of partnership as the basis for Africa to develop. So Africans needed to take responsibilities in the areas of development, of governance, and peace and security. This was the subjective, but then the resources were supposed to come, and they never realized. But with Agenda 2063, there is now a change in approach that instead of looking, so we move from stages to partnership, but now to long-term perspective, which is a tool, another way of planning, which is what the NDP is. The National Development Plan is an example of a development strategy based on long-term perspective. So I think it was 2030 So it's based on 2030, projecting yourself into 2030. So, Mr. Chairman, in summary, what have you achieved since the year 2000 to now? The first thing is the transformation of the OAU to the African Union. We now have the three architectures: the shared values, the African governance architecture, the peace architecture around the African peace and security architecture, and the shared prosperity architecture, where you have where you have your CFTA, you have the AU financial institutions, you have NEPAD, and so on. And then finally, we have been able, up to now as Africans, to establish a program or ideas around the socio-economic development of our continent, from the Lagos Plan of Action to Agenda 2063. So, Chairperson, I've argued that Africa has performed better than other PEN projects, even surpassing the European Union in some areas. A conflict similar to the Ukraine-Russia war is unlikely to occur in Africa due to our approach in defining the criteria and boundaries for our PEN community. If such a war were to arise, we will have resolved it by now because of our established collective approach to peace building. It's very important. In Africa, intra-country conflicts are generally more challenging to resolve than inter-country conflict. So the wars that are like the Ukraine is more difficult to resolve. It's easier for Africans to resolve. And it has happened very rarely in Africa since independence of conflict between two countries. What has been common is conflicts within countries. For the PEN project to succeed, it is essential that both member states and individual households are prosperous, that is at the micro level. Member states and their taxpayers bear the costs of establishing the regional community and funding its programs. The poorer the households, the poorer the country. And when countries are impoverished, it adversely affects the regional community they aspire to build. This is where Africa is struggling, and is also an area where the European Union is doing much better than us. No single country, Mr. Chairman, in Africa has a $1 trillion economy. And no African nation is among the top 10 economies in the world. The 10 largest economies in the world, as we know, is United States, China, etc., etc. These countries represent three regions. The Americas is USA, Canada, Brazil. Asia is China, Japan, India. And Europe is United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Italy. So this means that of all the regions of the world, it's only Africa that is not represented in the top 10 economies of the world. Since the establishment of our regional community in 1963 and the advancement of our PEN project, our focus, and this is my argument, Mr. Chairman, in the remaining 38 years of the 21st century needs to be on making the member states of the African Union and the broader African family, the households per capita, prosperous. The more prosperous these nations become, the more independent our continent will be. Let's compare the African Union and the European Union very quickly. The European Union has 27 member states with a population of 449 million people and a budget of like almost $200 billion US. And its budget is focused on investment and investment in infrastructure and research. And then a source of its own income or budget, 90% of its budget comes from own contribution, which is contributions from member states, custom duties, and they have a VAT formula. By contrast, African countries, 54 countries, 1 billion people, we can't finance ourselves. We rely on member state contribution in our budget. In our budget, for 2021, our budget was just over $600 million US. Compare that to billion, I've just cited 600 billion for the EU. This is 54 countries, only 600 million. And of that 600 million, 65% came from non-African sources, donors. And I know I work at the African Union, how difficult it is. And our budget is not invested in infrastructure, in development like that of the European Union. Ours goes into programs, operations, and peace support missions. So the African Union doesn't have own resources to fund cross-country infrastructure. African Union can fund the Inga Dam, can fund the Cairo to Cape Town route and all. It can't do that. It doesn't have the financial instruments to do that. But the European Union can. So for our regional community to prosper, Excellencies, we need development at the country level and prosperous households and a well-resourced and independent African Union with its own financial muscle to finance concrete intra-Africa projects. So it's good what Wamkele and other colleagues are doing at the CFTA, but without infrastructure, it's a problem. And so, and a lot of you have worked in Africa. Now let's return to the Gulf states, Your Excellencies, with your permission. The countries of the Gulf states have similar history to ours as African people. They have shown us, however, that a country can free itself from underdevelopment and that if things are done properly, this goal can be achieved within a generation, within a period of 30 years, more or less. These Gulf states or the Asian states were colonized like us, partitioned by our colonizers like us. Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia were they were called French Indonesia. Singapore and Malaysia were called British Malay. Hong Kong itself was a British protectorate. Mainland China itself, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar. And the former, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, it was a British protectorate until 1971. So they were colonized like us. What is our excuse? History provides valuable lessons to learn from. But it should not become a prison where you confine yourself like a caged bird, spending your days, years, and decades lamenting your situation and dwelling on the wrongs that others have committed against you. Our friends in Asia, have refuted, and what I used to believe myself when I was growing up, I used to be very strong into political economy. But they have refuted 4 political economy assumptions that had imprisoned our mindset as Africans since independence. First, that there is no way out from our colonial inheritance, that our neo-colonial and dependent condition is permanent, and that we are therefore doomed forever ad infinitum. The second, that no country can prosper and become an economic heavyweight without plundering another or others. 3, that no country can escape its colonial inheritance without massive injection of capital from an external benefactor. And then finally, that your natural resources are your cares, not a blessing. That they will bring you wars, political instabilities, and coups after coups. They will never belong to you, but to foreigners. Therefore, you are better off without them. So they have these conditions, but they have been successful. We have these conditions, but we are not successful, and we blame this on these things. We normally attribute Africa's lack of progress since 1960s to these factors: neocolonialism and the role of former colonizers breathing all over our neck, but the Asians too. The Gulf states too, all of them, you saw one of them gave President Trump a plane. We have civil wars. We always say civil wars enough, but the Asians too have civil wars, have had civil wars. The impact of the Cold War, them too. The impact of colonial partition, they were also partitioned like us. Maybe you can talk about slavery, but we can talk about that later. So in my view, Mr. Chairman, there are a number of factors which can make difference to countries. And I think this is what helped these countries to do better than us, with the same history. You can say same inherited historical profile, but they do better than us. The first thing, you must have a strong sense of history. You must have a sense of historical continuity. This is what our chair of the NCOP was doing when she was citing MCZAR, and to show that there is this historical continuity. We must have ideas as foundation for what you want to achieve. Some sort of a philosophy. We mustn't just wander about and hope that somewhere God will help us. Maybe God will. But you must have an idea of what you are trying. There must be some philosophy. You must have institutions. If you go to the UAE, the important thing they emphasize are institutions. Annually, they host a conference, a big global conference on governance, institutions. Fourthly, you must respect excellence. You must look for excellence, merit, and all those kind of things. I could tell you stories about what the Emiratis say about Sheikh Zayed. And then you must pay attention to leadership. And the secret ingredient to the success of these countries is leadership. Not in how leaders are dressed, but in their posture to societies. When we look at leadership, we tend to focus narrowly on its form and characterization, but neglect or ignore two important components of leadership. The first one is what leaders do when they have state power in their hands. So when you have state power in your hands, irrespective of how they got to that leadership position, either through an elected position, hereditary, or a coup, when you have state power in your hands, do you build a school or do you help yourself to state coffers? The second thing, or do you settle scores, choose to settle scores with your enemies? So you have state power, what do you do with it? The second thing is, how do you relate to society when you have state power? Do you repress your people or become their servant? So this is very important. And then the sixth one, which I think is very key, it's an understanding, honorable members, that in many cases in history, it shows that it takes more than one revolution to achieve the goals of a revolution. So in our case, and I've listened to our leaders speak, we think what we want to achieve, we will achieve with 1994. We're going to need several 1994s a few times. That's how history in majority of cases operates. If the change has 5 things, then it's a revolution. It must be disruptive. It must involve significant overhaul of the order in place. It must lead to qualitative leap. And the change that it ushers in must be epochal in terms of impact. The mood in society, fifthly, the mood in society must be tense. There must be anxiety. People must be up in arms. There must be a fight. Zealots, yourself, politicians. There must be zealots, conservatives, all sorts of tendencies, all fighting over the direction of the country. When that happens, then that's a revolution. And if you look at what I'm trying to say, you look at Russia. Russia has had how many revolutions? It had the 1905 revolution, 1917 revolution. The collapse of the Soviet Union was also a revolution, but it now also had the Putin revolution. So they have had 4 revolutions. The Chinese, they talk of 3 revolutions. They talk of Deng Xiaoping revolution, they talk of Mao Zedong revolution, Deng Xiaoping revolution, and now Xi Jinping revolution. So you can even go to the 1912 Republican. So the trend, if you look at history, especially in a number of countries, has the revolution, you have a Republican revolution that removes the monarchy. Then you have the so-called class-based revolution. And then out of that class-based revolution, you also still have quite a number of revolutions. So the challenge is for us in Africa to understand and embrace that thing and not fear change and another revolution to achieve the goal of the revolution that we had earlier. It's very important because that's how history, the French themselves, they had a revolution in 1789, they had Napoleon Bonaparte, which was a counter-revolution, then they had another revolution in 1848, then another revolution, and the French state was collapsed by the Vichy in the Second World War, and then they had to rebuild the state after the Second World War. So there is no way that South Africa is going to be in golf, they call it a birdie. You hit the ball, goes into the hole. It's never going to be that way. You're going to need several revolutions to achieve a better society. We need. Chairperson, if these Gulf states, the 3 Gulf states are referred to, were to be taken into an exam room, my mother was a teacher. If the Gulf states, Qatar, UAE, and the Saudis were to be taken into an exam room and examined on the basis of the textbook of what Africa was taught since independence, they will all fail dismally. They will get maybe at most 20% and so on. Africa was lectured on the do's and don'ts of how to become a prosperous continent. We were given prescriptions with indices and scorecards plus KPIs to turn us into guinea pigs of how to create successful nations. And our mentors were all from outside. And this experiment failed. These Gulf states show us that there is no magic wand to wave and voila, you now have roads, you now have development, you have a building. There is no secret recipe that is known only to members of the family and is passed down from generation to generation. There is no hidden door somewhere that when you discover it, it opens you into this world of Nadia. You know this Hollywood movie of Nadia, the Wonderland. The answer to what a nation should do to prosper has always been there in the open before our eyes. The answer is there is no better path to development and prosperity than the one that you yourself must choose. Your mentor is not a development expert from overseas wearing spectacles or carrying laptop, but the lessons you must draw from history. Your textbook is the pages of what history has taught you. Your prescription is simple. Be authentic, trust yourself, listen to your inner voice. So the Gulf states will have been unlikely candidates, Mr. Chairman. And I spoke of somebody who's been working in the African Union, in the APRM. They don't have the regime times that we are told that Africa needs in order to develop. So they don't, in Africa, I was working in the governance space, so I will have failed them. I will have written very negative reports. What they inherited at independence, what did they inherit? Just a desert. They have no manufacturing base like China. They have no military like Russia. They have no population size of Brazil, India, or China itself. Let me focus quickly, Mr. Chairman, on the UAE. I don't want to go into the Saudi. The Saudi was formed as a state in 1932, but it was never colonized. So its history is similar to that of Ethiopia. And I'll also not go to Qatar because they didn't give me a plane. That's what the president was saying yesterday. I just want to focus very quickly on, Mr. Chairman, on the UAE because all of us go to Dubai for shopping. The UAE was called by the British the Trucial States, and it gained its independence from the British in December 1971. And I want to cite for you, Mr. Chairman, just a few citations, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about. That these three countries, small countries, population of that under 50 million people, the three of them. Actually, I didn't even touch on it. Just to show the size of the Saudi Arabia, Mr. Chairman, has the size of $1 trillion economy. It's bigger than, it's twice the size of our economy, with a population of about 40 million people. Let me quote, Mr. Chairman, the Trucial States at independence. The United Arab Emirates is one of the Arab Gulf states, shaped within Britain's imperial past and built on oil revenues. 100 years ago, the 7 individual emirates were insulated and isolated by the succession of British treaties that earned them the name the Trucial States. And the population was quite poor, surviving in a ferocious environment by trade across the Gulf, date farming, fishing, and pearl diving. It was a hard existence, Mr. Chairman, and when Japanese cultured pearls undermined the pearl trade in the 1930s, it became bleaker still. Despite 200 years of British presence and protection, there was little infrastructural development. Save in the coastal towns of Sharat and Dubai, only rudimentary medical care was available, and there was but a handful of schools teaching only the Quran until the 1950s. Oil was discovered, and the life changed rapidly. Buildings seems to appear magically. Towns rose out of the desert. Dangerous tracks through the desert were paved. Schools and hospitals opened, and the people scattered throughout separate territories that will soon coalesce into a nation state were suddenly catapulted into new lives with new expectations. I close quote. But let me say, at what stage was the UAE at independence in 1971? And I want to cite from another source. At the time of independence in 1971, the Trucial States, later the United Arab Emirates, were a collection of 7 sheikdoms on the Persian Gulf Coast, each ruled by a separate sheikh. These sheikdoms, which included Abu Dhabi, Dubai, you know all of them, were largely isolated and underdeveloped. They were characterized by a traditional lifestyle based on trade, fishing, pearl diving, and date farming. The discovery of oil in the region, particularly in Abu Dhabi, was a major turning point. But at independence, the region was still in the early stages of modernization and development. Close quote. The message we get from this, Mr. Chairman, is that when the UAE achieved its independence in 1971, they had no infrastructure, but the sand that their desert surrounding could only offer. They had no vegetation around them but a scorching heat, no economy but farming dates and diving into the sea in search of pearls. Their reliable means of transport was a camel. In 1971, Mr. Chairman, When the UAE gained its independence, except for Portuguese colonies and a few of us in Southern Africa, the bulk of African countries already had their independence, or close 10 years more of the independence. All of North Africa, all former French colonies, Central Africa, the DRC, Rwanda, Burundi, the CAR, even the Sudan, they had already independent. They were already independent for at least a decade, some of them. And most of these countries were better endowed by nature than the UAE, whose main gift is solely and only oil. Some had oil, had diamonds, had gold, had this thing, and they were already independent. The question that should perturb us as Africans on this Africa Month Day of Africa Month of 2025 is why a country like the Sudan, which is 15 years senior to the UAE, is still at war 69 years later after independence. Why is the DRC, which is 10 years older than the UAE, is still at war 60 years later after its independence? Surely it can't be because of natural resources, because the UAE has its own oil. It can't be because of Western powers, because no Westerner is holding the gun in the streets of Goma or Khartoum shooting at our own people. It's us who are killing each other. Mr. Chairman, the gap between these countries, the three countries I'm referring to, and the African countries has widened since independence, particularly over the last 30 years, and could widen even further unless Africa acts, and act quickly and act now. You have been to Dubai. I don't want to go to reveal some of you are shopping escapists. Just to give you a sense, Mr. Chairman, very quickly, is that the total gross GDP of Africa with our population of 1.4 billion in 2024 and 54 countries in 22 was $2.8 trillion. 1.4 billion people. It's even $2.8 trillion. But the combined GDP of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE for 2025 is estimated at just over $2 trillion. Three countries with a population of 48 million people. That is three countries of a total population of 48 million produce GDP of over $2 trillion. Yet Africa, with its 1.4 billion people and in 54 countries, can only manage to produce 2.8 trillion GDP. Chairperson, our race as Black people is not the cause of our challenge. I thought I should mention this, because now people will start thinking Black people, they are inferior, they are our minds and so on. The two regions that have struggled after gaining independence are Latin America, which are the descendants of the Spanish and Portuguese colonies, and Africa. It took Latin America over 100 years after their independence, the Latin Americans, to organize their countries effectively. In Africa, we are approaching 70 years since our independence, and we're still not. I'm not saying that we still have 30 more years to fumble further. But I'm just showing you that what we are trying to achieve, if we don't be hard on ourselves, what we are trying to achieve, the Latin Americans, it took them, because they got their independence in the 1820s. Some of them started seeing significant developments from the 1970s. So over 100 years, and so on. And I want to, just to take a small quotation, which I looked at from one of the books on wars in Latin America. It talks about Latin America, and it will sound familiar. The years 1899 to 1941 form one of the most interesting periods in the history of Latin America. Free of colonial rule, but not yet defined as it exists today, the region struggled to find a state of equilibrium during those years. Countries fought difficult and harsh wars to gain control of distant and isolated regions. Border conflicts escalated until they threatened the survival of small countries and posed huge strains on larger countries. Internal revolts threatened to destroy countries from within, and even large Mexico seemed ready to collapse and to integrate into many states. Close quote. I'm not saying we must take it easy because Latin America was worse than us, but I'm just saying it's not because of our skin color that we're having these difficulties, because the Spanish and Portuguese descendants, they also struggled even longer than us. I believe, Mr. Chairman, we have three problems. The first one, we don't believe in our agency as African people. The second one is that we are victims of continuous negative self-talk. And this is a favorite pastime of some of the celebrity professors. We're going to see a lot of them on television in Africa telling you how bad African people are. And thirdly, we are the ones who give Africa a bad name. And in African culture, you know, when they call you Maswabi, meaning disappointment, you are going to disappoint people your whole life. So you become what you are named, what your parents name you. So we have this problem. We have socialized our subconsciousness into believing that we have no agency. The important thing is agency. That we will forever be a pitiful object of history that is at the receiving end of powerful countries and what the almighty transnational non-state actors will do to us. But our friends in Asia have, however, shown us that no matter your colonial inheritance, you still have some agency. The question is, what do you do with it? Whatever your neo-colonial, structural, and geopolitical constraints, whatever these factors, neo-colonial and structural, maybe the impact holding you back, nonetheless, you still have room for maneuver. The question is, what do you do with that room? So the Saudis, the Kuwaitis, they were able to exploit those small spaces and become where they are today. Our leaders in Africa, however, use their agency differently, sometimes to resolve political differences with their adversaries through military means. I'm happy you politicians, you are debating. Other people are at war over the issues you are debating. Mr. Chairman, there is value in understanding the principle in sports. Sports are top athletes. Even Messi, they will tell you, before you do, when he gets into the pitch, he visualize what he is going to do. Even Pele did that. So you must first win the match. Miami and Orlando Pirates. So you win the match in the mind before you go into the pitch. A negative mindset leads to persistent negative self-talk. This is something we as African people, we master. Afro-pessimism is one such form of negative self-talk. If you want to hear negative things about Africa, just hang around a bunch of Africans. Our mindset, the names we use for ourselves, the negative things we say about ourselves shape who we become. Mr. Chairman, I want to conclude by going back to where I started. I'm sorry I bothered you with a lot of history. History, I always find it useful. And I want to go back to this 14th century Malian. Some of you know Mansa Musa because there were articles written by him on him that he's the richest man in history. There were quite a number of articles about him, the richest man in history. So when he was visiting Egypt, Cairo, you heard I opened with a citation when he was visiting Cairo in the 14th century. So he was brought before a sultan and asked to kneel, but he refused. And I want to read an account from that period. It reads as follows. When we came in the sultan's presence, we said to him, kiss the ground. But he refused outright, saying, how may this be? Then an intelligent man who was with him whispered to him something we could not understand. And then he said, I make obedience to God who created me. Then he prostrated himself and went forward to the sultan. Close quote. Mr. Chairman, an African of the 21st century, I believe, should be like this 14th century Malian leader, refuse to bow to anyone. An African of the 21st century must believe that the best path is the one chosen by oneself. And I thank you.
Honorable members, I think having listened to Prof. Moloka, you will understand why we decided that he should be our keynote speaker for today. The wealth of knowledge, the walk down the pages of history, and really giving us a concise insight into where we come from. Because they always say, if you don't look at where you come from, you will not know where you are going. And that is what Prof was able to encapsulate in the short time that we have allocated to him. You know, Prof, I would like to one day see the river of honey and wine flow through our country, starting from the River Nile right down to South Africa. That is when we will know that we have attained the goal of a united Africa and a prosperous Africa. And I think the very pertinent point that you made is when we become leaders, what do we do? Do we self-serve or do we serve the people who elected us? And that is something that we need to introspect, especially when we look at all the corruption that is taking place in our own country, leave alone the rest of Africa. And I think we need to really look at that very, very closely. And, you know, going way back to the Abuja Treaty is something that we need to pay attention to, because that will be our guiding light in a number of ways. So I want to thank you very much, Prof. And I want to call you please to come forward and receive a gift of appreciation from our chairperson.
Each time we knock at your door, you must know that they are looking for me back home and I must avail myself. So basically, all that I'm trying to say that for as long as we're still here, for as long as this house still exists, you will be called upon quite a number of times because you are this regime. You are a walking library. So we cannot afford to lose out, to tap into your wisdom, your knowledge, and your scholarship knowledge as well, so that we can become better Africans than what we were yesterday. Having said that, we want to present you, Chief Whip, we have this is our Chief Whip. Yes. So we want to present you with a beautiful plan as you prepare for your speeches. Please use our pen. It's not only that, and again, we've got what's that? Handcuffs, cufflinks, yes, cufflinks as well. That bears the logo of Parliament. So please proudly wear them as a South African. This is a symbol of democratic dispensation that has been ushered in by your good selves. Take pride in your Parliament. Once again, as you get home, this is for mom home. Yes. So she mustn't falter you. She must know that you are in Parliament. As a result, you brought her something back home. Thank you very much. And travel safe as you're going back home tomorrow. We highly and truly appreciate your inputs. Thank you so much. Thanks, David.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Prof, I don't think you need to declare those. It's fine. Thank you so much, Prof. We really appreciate your inputs and your being amongst us. Honorable colleagues and distinguished guests, we now move on to the next speaker that we've invited, and that is the ambassador to the EU, the South African ambassador to the EU, Excellency Thokozile Kasa. who will be joining us on the virtual platform. It's wonderful to see you again, Ambassador, looking as lovely as always. We want to welcome you into the House. Just to say, honorable delegates and distinguished guests, that Her Excellency is a seasoned South African politician, a diplomat and activist. She has served as Minister of Tourism, Minister of Sports and Recreation, and was a Member of Parliament from 2009 to 2019. Ambassador Kasa has made history as the first female mayor of the Khai District Council and has held numerous executive roles within the Eastern Cape government. She is also a respected academic, holding degrees in public administration and a PhD from Laos University in the USA. I now have the pleasure to call upon the Ambassador to the EU, Her Excellency Kasa, to address us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much to all the honorable members, the National Chairperson of the National Council of Churches, National Council of Provinces, all honorable members, Inkosi, and distinguished delegates. Sanibonani. Thank you very much for the kind invitation from our parliament that has also demonstrated quite a very keen interest in strengthening Europe, South Africa, and Europe-Africa relations. I take this opportunity to respond after such an inspiring input from Professor Maloka to speak about a topic on accelerating efforts to expand South Africa and Africa's trade relationship with the European Union, maximizing opportunities provided by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and the SADC-EU EPA, which is the economic partnership of the SADC countries. Prof. Maloka has also laid quite a great foundation to take us up to where we are. And this debate that I am invited to speak to takes place at quite an opportune and strategic time, where just yesterday we concluded the third African Union, European Union ministerial meeting, which was here in Brussels. And 4 thematic areas were the program of the day, first of which was peace, security, and governance. Secondly, multilateralism. The third theme was prosperity. And the fourth one was people, migration, and mobility, which, as you can see, were the attempts by both Africa and Europe to look at the direction and what needs to be done, where Africa had to also understand amongst itself, whilst at the same time it is able to tell its partner what is it that it wants around the 4 thematic areas that were agreed upon in the last summit in 2022. And this ministerial session that sat yesterday paves a way towards the 7th AU-EU summit, which is anticipated to take place later in the year in 2025, which marks 25 years of AU-EU partnership since the Cairo summit in 2000. Just some few highlights around the outcomes of the meeting. The ministerial, the ministers welcomed the progress in the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the support that has been provided by Team Europe Initiative on Economic Integration in this context. I'm yet to come back to what Prof was saying and the fact that we are talking Team Europe without really locating where would be Team Africa when Team Europe is the one that moves ahead to do what we are seeking to do and what we're seeking Europe to support us in. The ministerial also underscored that the establishment of the AFCFTA paved a way to the strengthening of economic integration and sustainable development of regional value chains and fostering trade in higher value-added goods and services, which is key for prosperity for both continents. And we're both maintaining that this dynamic would support job creation, particularly for women and young people, as well as improve the business environment and investment climate that would strengthen inclusive growth and sustainable development to ensure long-term stability and shared benefits. Good language, the real test becomes in the actual actions that follow. The meeting also underscored that the AFCFTA represents an important opportunity to increase and diversify trade and investment across the African continent, particularly in strategic sectors that have been identified. The ministers committed to continue advancing greater economic integration and supporting the effective and inclusive implementation of the AFCFTA that will foster greater economic exchange between the two continents. And I also want to underline the fact that as this is being done, we have several of the barriers towards our trade. We have issues there. We also have issues where we are looking at to what extent that the AFCFTA can also be supported in order for it to support the inclusive and effective implementation of the very idea that it was created for. The ministers also pledged to use all avenues possible to strengthen and diversify their economic and trade relations, boost resilient and sustainable value chains, and the creation of decent jobs, stimulating regional integration, and promoting fair, competitive, and resilient economies. The ministers also reaffirmed that the existing trade arrangements between the EU and the African continent and countries, including the Generalized Scheme of Preferences, GSP, can contribute to strengthening and deepening trade and economic development between the two continents. The EU and AU countries will continue to build on these arrangements to further increase trade and investment relations. It was also noted that international initiatives on investment facilitation, including the proposed World Trade Organization investment facilitation for development agreement, would also ensure easing of trade relations. So the meeting took note of the adoption of the AU-EU Innovation Agenda and encouraged researchers and innovators to continue to drive their scientific discoveries and innovative solutions for the benefit of sustainable economies and societies. A reaffirmation was also made of shared commitment to universal access to sustainable, affordable, and modern energy in line with Sustainable Development Goals, Goal 7, and the AU Agenda of 2063, the Africa we want. Both sides also commended the strategic AU-EU Continental Power Systems Master Plan, the African Energy Efficiency Strategy, the Geothermal Risk Mitigation Facility, and the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. They also supported through the Africa-Europe Green Energy Initiative, the Continental Energy Program for Africa. These initiatives all play an enabling role in terms of the regional power trade, attracting renewable energy investments, and fostering inclusive green industrialization and economic growth. There was further commitment to advancing Africa's renewable and low carbon hydrogen, which has a potential to be a catalyst for clean energy transition with due consideration of the priorities of the African countries. And it was also noted that there's a need for stronger institutional and regulatory frameworks, as well as a stronger collaboration in expanding off-grid solutions and rural electrification through Africa-Europe Energy Partnership and initiatives such as scaling up renewables in Africa, a campaign, and through also cooperation with the African Development Bank and World Bank's M300 initiatives. There was a call that was made to scale up the clean energy finance, including guarantees, blended finance, and green bonds, and emphasized the importance of promoting local manufacturing, empowering women and youth in energy enterprises, as well as enhancing technology transfer. And it was also emphasized that the energy transition that is being looked forward for is a fair, just, and equitable one. Chairperson, the outcomes and undertakings of this AU-EU ministerial meeting, the third AU-EU ministerial meeting, also came up in the wake of the EU's 16th October 24 pledge of a 1.1 billion euros as part of Team Europe initiative. I hope you have marked where there's no Team Africa to support the African free continental trade area and to promote economic integration across the continent. The funds will come from the EU, along with contributions from several of its member countries like Denmark, Germany, Ireland, France, Netherlands, Portugal, Finland, and Sweden. I want to highlight that at this point, with the dynamics that are happening, the geopolitical dynamics, we have an opportunity to build a stronger economic and trade integration within Africa through the AFCFTA, and also be able to take up, as part of the outcomes of the third session that set yesterday, take up the actions moving towards the summit in December. Critical to this, I think it was much more of the challenge that Professor Maloko was giving us, that if we see the opportunity and the political changes that are happening, where we can see that the EU is coming closer and also is committing as a reliable partner. To what extent then are we able to develop and also look at how we navigate this space by ensuring that we can leverage on human capital, because we are not moving from zero. We are moving from the growth that we could see, the investment that has been there, where we have even young innovators. We have scientists that have proven themselves even during the COVID-19, and look at how we can also leverage the fact that now Europe needs us more when it comes to the critical raw materials. And therefore, we look into to what extent we can change the perceptions, you can change the way things have been happening, because at the moment it remains on several memorandums of understanding. We are happy that South Africa could not sign the memorandum, but is working towards discussions so that that memorandum of understanding, when it comes into action, it talks to issues of our own priorities, talks to issues of developing local content and beneficiation at source, and at the same time talks to the industrialization that we're looking for. Because at the moment, if you are looking at industrialization in Europe, at first, it lagged behind to support our efforts towards industrialization. So we're happy now that it is part of their agenda. So it is very important that we are able to speak from a point of confidence. We are able to not to look at Europe as a donor, but to look at Europe as a partner that we are able to articulate what we're looking for from them. And at the same time, we are able to indicate to them that here we're seeking to increase our productive capabilities, and we are looking at contributing much more to regional integration, because even when it comes to the SADC EU EPA, they have not even consulted in terms of the new approach, although we appreciate the fact that they are bringing in capabilities in terms of the Team Europe approach. But the issue is, where would such remain as forming part of the sustainable development in the continent, that it can leave us with our own capabilities in future? With the package that has been pronounced in South Africa, we're looking forward to where South Africa could use that opportunity to look into issues of capacity building, issues where we are also underscoring the necessity of training stakeholders, not just those who are in government, but have our economic participants and operators that would remain in the country, as we also are looking at working as partners with Europe. We are looking at where we can also develop much more, because already Europe has launched a portal that has been commended, that is a significant step towards enhancing access to EU SADC EPA related information. This includes details on EU market requirements, customs and border protocols, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, technical trade barriers, as well as standards. How we can then build our stakeholders and economic participants to understand this, and at the same time, taking advantage of the fact that Europe has supported our G20 priorities, to what extent that we can use that business to business to build a cooperation, and at the same time find ways where we can have our youth and women participating. With we therefore seeking to highlight the importance of optimizing the utilization of this portal and at the same time increasing its value through our own initiatives that we can identify that would have sustainable capability that will remain in the EPA member states, and also ensuring that the portal that was developed by a private consultant which features a long range of functionalities, including Google-powered search tool, is user-friendly and can interface with our people and those who are in the rural areas who have mobile compatibility. And at the same time, it would help us to manage the whole system for ensuring that we don't lose our own data, and also ensure that we have our management of data as part of us not losing our IP. Chair, I think I will not get in. I know there are several other speakers who would be speaking, but I must indicate that the latest development and where Europe is coming closer to see that the African continent is the continent for them to have a strengthened relationship, makes us to use this opportunity to take advantage and come together. We have seen much more development and strategic movement from the African contingent and countries, 60 countries that were represented in yesterday's meetings, that Africa began to speak in one voice, to be able to also identify themselves, to say these are African priorities, these are bilateral priorities. And we are urging South Africa to also use this opportunity to also, as chair of the G20 presidency, that it uses this muscle that it is working with Europe and constitute more than 40% even in UN bodies together as the two continents, that we can have a formidable force that even talks to the financial architectures that often forms barriers for trade for our small and medium enterprises. I thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable delegates and honorable guests, we want to express our sincere thanks and appreciation to Excellency Casa for that input that she has made. And I want to inform you that that was a recording because Honorable Casa was not available at this time, keeping in mind the schedule that she has in the EU and the time difference. She was not able to be with us in person, but she's recorded that input. And I think, you know, it is very pertinent that she has given us a brief insight into the meeting that was held in Brussels, the AU-EU meeting, and some of the issues that came out of it. And I think that is something for us to think about, especially when we talk about the barriers to trade, the clean energy transition, the geopolitical dynamics that are taking place around the world right now, and the impact that it is having on the African continent. So I think those are some of the issues. And I think very pertinently that we should not look at Europe as a donor, but rather as a partner to the development of Africa. Having said that, I will now go on to the next presenter, and I will then just, yeah, the next presenter is also a presenter that has recorded a message that will be played, and that is that Dr. Tulia Axon, who is the president of the IPU. She is an accomplished legal scholar, a public servant with a PhD in law from the University of Cape Town. Dr. Axon has held several top legal and political positions in Tanzania, including Deputy Attorney General, Deputy Speaker, and now Speaker of the National Assembly in Tanzania. Internationally, she serves as President of the African Geopolitical Group of the IPU, Chairperson of the EAC Speakers Bureau, and the first Chair of the CPA Africa Region Investment Board. First African female President of the IPU. I think that is something that we all can be very proud of, that we have an African female President of the IPU. I will now ask for the presentation from Dr. Tulia Axon. Sorry, could I ask the technical team to please sort out the sound? We still don't have any sound on the side.
Honorable speakers, colleagues, and friends, it is truly a pleasure to address you here today. I would like to start by thanking the hosts for their hospitality and for the preparations made for this public lecture at the National Council of Provinces, organized to commemorate Africa Day. This is a timely celebration and an important topic of discussion. South Africa currently holds the G20 presidency, which makes 2025 a particularly important year for the whole of Africa. This comes at a moment when the world is in turmoil, facing a series of overlapping and mutually reinforcing crises, including conflict, the climate emergency, underemployment and unemployment, inequality, poverty, hunger, technological changes, and the widespread geopolitical uncertainty, bringing back memories of times when we thought we were long past. We know that no nation state can solve today's global challenges on its own. The complex, multi-layered nature of contemporary public governance and cross-border associated issues demand a collective approach that harnesses every country's efforts. Take poverty or immigration, for example. These issues demand a concerted, inclusive, and holistic response. No state can achieve its own security at the expense of another state's security. In this regard, I would like to pay tribute to the foresight of the African Union's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, which places great emphasis on pooling our collective strengths. Agenda 2063 truly is a valuable roadmap, designed and put in place to guide all our multilateral actions. Indeed, multilateralism matters, and in today's world, it matters more than ever. Parliaments, as the institutions closest to our citizens, have a critical role to play in the multilateral system. On the one hand, parliaments bring to the table the concerns of the citizens they represent. Parliamentary diplomacy, therefore, ensures that the people's perspectives and needs are not sidelined in the discussions behind closed doors, but that they instead inform international deliberations, at the G20, for example. On the other hand, we, as lawmakers, translate international commitments into national realities. It is our duty to transform aspirational agreements into legislation and action on the ground. The solemn responsibility is best fulfilled when it is grounded in solid knowledge and a full understanding of the real needs of the people, which in turn result in a commitment to impactful actions that generate sustainable results. Our work as parliamentarians is enriched when our deliberations in the parliamentary chambers are informed by dialogue with fellow parliamentarians from other countries. when we draw on the expertise and support of international organizations. And when we listen to the insight of civil society, which is often closest to the real problems we seek to address. To give one example, as we are speaking, the World Health Assembly is being held in Geneva. This is a unique forum that brings together high-level country representatives and other stakeholders to address global health challenges. But when was the last time your parliament had a hearing with your health minister or interacted directly with the WHO? The IPU aims to provide an interface for just such parliamentary engagement on global issues. On the sidelines of the World Health Assembly each year, the IPU organizes a parliamentary dialogue to provide parliamentarians with information and tools on how to translate global health priorities into country-level actions. The Parliamentary Conference on the WTO is another meaningful initiative, which for over 25 years has been bringing together parliamentarians from all over the world to reflect on effective and action-oriented strategies to promote global trade, a powerful engine for the resilient economy we sorely need. In addition, pursuant to its core objective to help develop a parliamentary dimension within the multilateral framework of major global processes, the IPU helped initiate the P20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, which since 2018 has sought to support the G20's actions while feeding in complementary initiatives from other stakeholders, including civil society, along with other community-based efforts to improve the well-being of our population. Perhaps the most important issue on parliamentary agendas. Drawing on that experience, I would like to put forward some ideas to strengthen cooperation and broaden dialogue among states, international organizations, and civil society, so that together we can shape the G20 and P20 speakers' response to the world's most pressing challenges. We must, together, first, develop a meaningful strategy to enhance and support our partnership initiatives. Secondly, we must put in place a well-structured mechanism to oversee the implementation of the different commitments resulting from both the P20 and G20 summits. To help achieve these two, we must produce an annual report of the achievements arising from the implementation of these commitments, highlighting areas requiring improvements and those remaining to be addressed. In doing so, this will provide us with a barometer that should help us to advance even further. As part of the IPU's efforts to broaden dialogue on the international stage, in July this year, the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament will be held in Geneva, bringing together parliamentary leaders from around the world to advance their vision of a strong, effective, and democratic multilateral system. Needless to say, during this time of turbulence and instability, the role of parliamentary leaders is more critical than ever. This conference comes hot on the heels of the UN Summit of the Future, held in September 2024, which culminated in the adoption of the Pact for the Future, in which heads of states and governments committed to more systematically engage parliaments and parliamentarians in the major global processes of our time. Dear colleagues, dear friends, multilateralism is not an abstract idea, but a powerful tool for solidarity and concerted action to lift our people out of poverty and create a world free from fear and violence. I invite you all to rise to the challenge and show that we can be part of the solution. Just as our former president of the Republic of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, once said, it always seems impossible until it's done. And that was properly echoed by the former president of Tanzania, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, who said, it can be done. Play your part. Let all of us play our parts. I thank you for listening.
I think That was a short but very powerful input from the president of the IPU, Dr. Tulia Axon, especially the issue of the World Health Forum that was held and the outcomes thereof. I think that is something that we need to pay attention to, as well as mentioning that the next IPU will take place in Geneva, and the inputs that can be made there that will be of great assistance in terms of how the African continent responds to the challenges that we face. I've been told that Her Excellency Casa is on the live platform, and she will be available to take questions and listen to comments when we reach that part of the agenda. Honorable members and distinguished guests, it now gives me great pleasure to call on the Deputy Minister Whitfield to address us. Deputy Minister Andrew Whitfield is the Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition in South Africa's Government of National Unity. He began his political career in 2011 as a local councillor in Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality and was elected to the National Assembly in 2014. Over the years, he has held key roles, including the DA Shadow Minister of Police, member of the Mayoral Committee for Economic Development, and member of the Provincial Legislature. He holds a BA and BA Honours degrees in Political Science from Rhodes University. Honourable members, please welcome the Deputy Minister Whitfield to address us.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, distinguished delegates, guests, and honourable members. A special thank you to our keynote speaker, Professor Maloka. I think that it was very interesting sitting and listening to your intellectual interrogation of our past, present, and pathways to unlock prosperity into the future. And if I take anything from this stimulating lecture, is that you made me feel like I was back in a political science lecture 20 years ago, which is another way of saying that you made me feel young again. So I thank you for that. It is an honor for me to be part of this Africa Day public lecture as we celebrate Africa Month. As a flagship project of the African Union Agenda 2063, the African Continental Free Trade Area is a key priority for the African continent as a catalyst for economic integration through the creation of a single market, regional industrialization, and improved intra-Africa connectivity. In the midst of enhanced geopolitical competition, continued economic uncertainties, growing protectionist measures, and the movement from globalization to the regionalization of production value chains, the imperative of Africa's economic integration agenda cannot be overemphasized. The AFCFTA is a policy tool that seeks to promote economic integration, industrialization, infrastructure development, and to achieve sustainable economic development across the continent, fostering the development of regional value chains. The AFCFTA represents a transformative shift in Africa's economic landscape. It unites 1.4 billion people across 55 countries into a single market with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion. Beyond its sheer scale, this agreement signals a bold step towards deepening continental integration by simultaneously negotiating free trade in goods and services. The AFCFTA is hailed as a game changer for Africa's development, with the potential to boost intra-African trade, build economies of scale, and integrate the continent more competitively into the global economy. South Africa, as Africa's most diversified and industrialized economy, is uniquely positioned to leverage this opportunity. Our established presence across the continent allows us to expand and diversify exports, promote investment, and drive economic growth. According to the World Bank, implementing the AFCFTA could increase intra-Africa trade total exports by almost 29% by 2035, with manufacturing exports leading the way, rising by an estimated 110% within Africa and 46% to the rest of the world. Tariff barriers faced by South African companies will decline from 4.3% to 2.1% by 2035. The costs of non-tariff barriers faced by our companies will also decrease from 34.6% to 19.9% by 2035. Furthermore, the removal of trade barriers is expected to result in up to 3.81% real income growth and a 17.6% increase in exports throughout the continent. The agreement is anchored on the development integration approach, which places emphasis on market integration, infrastructure development, and industrial development in order to boost intra-Africa trade and support the continental development imperatives of sustainable economic growth. As of April 2025, 48 provisional schedules of tariff concessions covering 90% of the tariff books have been adopted by the AFCFTA, Council of Ministers of Trade, for implementation. Of these, 23 countries have concluded their national domestication processes and gazetted their tariff schedules for implementation. These include Algeria, Botswana, Cameroon, Egypt, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Mauritius, Morocco, Namibia, Nigeria, Rwanda, Tanzania, Tunisia, South Africa, Eswatini, Lesotho, Burundi, Uganda, Malawi, Seychelles, the Gambia, and Zambia. Importantly, the new market access for South Africa and SACU member states is in 13 non-SADC member states, while trade with the 20 implementing SADC members will continue under the SADC Trade Protocol. This means that South Africa will be able to increase its trade and exports to markets beyond SADC as additional countries start implementing their tariff preferences. There will be even further opportunities on product coverage once the remaining 10% coverage of our tariff book are finalized later this year. These opportunities are further supported by rules of origin that incentivize investment in our productive capacities underpinned by a Made in Africa, by Africa approach. Our priority in this regard is to finalize a SACU tariff offer on the remaining 10% category, as well as the outstanding rules in the textile and clothing, as well as the automotive sectors. The African market is important for our country's manufactured goods, as well as our services. In 2023, 58.5% of South African exports to Africa were manufactured products, compared to 37% in its global export basket. I'm pleased to inform you that since South Africa commenced trade under the AFCFTA in January 2024, our exports under preferential terms have shown steady growth, reaching approximately 820 million rand between January 2024 and March 2025. These exports span a wide and diverse range of products, including mining equipment, appliances, food items, apparel, plastics, and electrical machinery. Currently, our main export destinations within the AFCFTA framework include Ghana, Kenya, Egypt, Rwanda, Cameroon, and Algeria. Imports from the AFCFTA implementing countries such as Kenya, Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia amounted to approximately 610 million rand during the same period. Now, with regard to trade in services, 24 draft schedules of specific commitments on the 5 priority sectors, namely tourism, transport, communications, financial, and business services, have been adopted for provisional implementation by the African Union, heads of state and government. However, only 5 countries from the East African community, Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania, have gazetted their services schedules. We anticipate that South Africa will shortly join the list of adopted schedules and implementing countries following Cabinet's approval of its schedule earlier this year in March 2025. We have also made substantial progress in the negotiations of the Phase 2 protocols on competition policy, investment, intellectual property rights, digital trade, as well as women and youth in trade. Cabinet approved and recommended to Parliament the ratification of the protocols on competition policy and women and youth in trade in February 2025. Once ratified, we will subsequently deposit our instrument of ratification with the African Union. We have also commenced the processes to facilitate the ratification of this protocol on digital trade, together with its adopted annexes this year. Negotiations on the outstanding annexes to the protocols on investment and intellectual property rights are expected to be concluded by early 2026, which will then enable South Africa to ratify these protocols. South Africa is also in the process of establishing the AFCFTA National Implementation Committee to ensure a coordinated effort between government and other stakeholders to maximize opportunities and to minimize challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, although we have witnessed some progress, we are still faced with structural and policy-related barriers which require attention at a continental level and in each of the AFCFTA state parties. The first is the non-implementation of commitments, which remains a key concern. We have been the subject of tariff measures and non-tariff barriers within our regional agreements. While we continue to prioritize the resolution of these barriers bilaterally and multilaterally, we need to establish a mechanism to quickly and effectively respond in a manner that does not negatively impact our exporters and undermine our economic potential. The second is that the African continent also lacks supportive infrastructure, having underdeveloped production structures and inadequate economic diversification. There is also a lack of adequate cross-border infrastructure to facilitate movement of goods and services. And thirdly, the risk of transshipment. I want to highlight this point as a particular risk. The risk of transshipment of products from third parties under the AFCFTA that do not meet the required rules of origin remains a concern, and we will keep working together with the Revenue Service to strengthen enforcement at the ports of entry. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, the successful implementation of the AFCFTA requires an all-of-government approach, as the implementation of various aspects of the AFCFTA agreement and protocols cuts across various departments and agencies. We will continue to actively engage as the DTIC all stakeholders, including the private sector, government departments, agencies and NEDLAC, to ensure effective coordination in the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The role of the National Implementation Committee will be key in this regard, as well as in mobilizing the necessary resources to ensure that the AFCFTA is inclusive and that it is sustainable. South Africa will also continue to collaborate with the AFCFTA Secretariat, the AU Commission, the SACU member states, and other AFCFTA bodies to ensure the full implementation of the agreement. To ensure that our businesses capitalize on this opportunity, the DTIC has several initiatives underway, chief amongst which are the planned export promotion initiatives, where we will offer support to the private sector and businesses within that sector to connect them with the buyers and importers with a view to promoting integration into regional and global value chains. For the 2025-26 year, we intend to showcase South Africa's products and services at the Intra-Africa Trade Fair taking place in Algeria in September. We believe that this specific expo provides an ideal platform to meet regional buyers and importers under one roof. We further intend to lead multi-sector trade missions to the following countries: Egypt, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria, Tanzania, Mauritius, Ghana, and Cameroon. Additionally, we will undertake technical scoping missions in partnership with the private sector and development finance institutions to specific infrastructure projects as well as energy projects. This will contribute to corridor development work, leveraging the special economic zone provisions that are in the AFCFTA agreement. Lastly, we also intend to host procurement managers and key decision makers who will look to South Africa for the supply of products and services as well as allied services for mega projects in roads, ports, utilities, and other infrastructure programs on the continent. This highlights our contribution to building regional value chains growing industrial exports, and deepening economic integration across Africa. We will also continuously increase our trade promotion efforts as more countries ratify and start to trade under the AFCFTA. Ultimately, it is our job to make it easier for businesses to grow and create jobs and to expand our economic potential and prosperity into the continent and for the continent. I thank you all for this great opportunity, and again to our keynote speaker and to the NCOP for hosting this lecture as we celebrate Africa Day and Africa Month. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Deputy Minister for the insightful presentation that he has made, especially when it comes to the AFCFTA. And it was wonderful that he zoomed in on not only the challenges, but also the benefits of the AFCFTA, because new market access is something that will really benefit all of Africa. And if we can remove those trade barriers, I think that will really assist us in terms of ensuring that the trade opportunities open up. But the one issue that the Deputy Minister touched on, which is can be seen as an impediment, the one of trade that is coming in from countries where we cannot really identify where they're coming from and what those goods are. So I think that is something that we really need to see how we can apply our minds to that. But what was very positive is that we see that there is a steady growth in exports, because that is what we want to see. Manufactured goods from here being exported. In that way, we will grow our economy, create more jobs, and thereby improve the lives of our people. Deputy Minister, thank you so much for those insightful comments. Honorable members and honorable delegates, I would now like to hand over to the Honorable Ryder, who is the House Chairperson of Committees, who will now chair a session on, I wouldn't call it a Q&A, but you may ask questions, you may make comments, but he will handle this session, and I will hand over to him. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and good afternoon, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this program. It's run very well so far. We are a little constrained for time, noting that we're already slightly behind on the schedule. We have got about 45 minutes that have been allocated to interactions, plenary discussion, and I think it would be important for us, therefore, to ensure that we manage it fairly tightly. So I've been given the unpopular job of being the timekeeper, I guess. What I'm going to suggest is that we open up the floor and that each speaker limit themselves to about 2 minutes. I'm going to keep an eye on the clock. We'll limit each speaker to about 2 minutes so that there is an appropriate opportunity then for responses from our various presenters, those that are able to be here in person and obviously online as well. I did note, Professor Maloka, you were given a pen and you have a notepad as well. So if I can ask you to take some notes, just that you can give a brief response at the end, noting, of course, the time pressures that we have and the need to get through this. Honourable members as well, please note there's a debate on next Tuesday week where we will be debating Africa Day, and I am sure that that will include the contents of today's presentations. So therefore, this is not a time for political speeches. Please reserve those for Tuesday. If we can have constructive inputs on the contents of the day, and we can continue in the manner that we've had. Honourable members, having said that, if I can then ask for a show of hands, I think it'll be best if we perhaps go block by block. There are some, we have a lot of invitees today, so I don't recognize all of the faces. So if I don't know your name, or in fact, I think it'll probably be easier if I allocate numbers, if we can just go block by block. I'm going to start on the left, which I see is less populous. and then we'll move across to the right, which is where the bulk of people are sitting. So if I can ask for any hands, we'll also go to the online platform as well. We'll switch between online and in person. So if those participating online have any questions, I note there's one already on the chat, but if you'd like to ask your question or make your comment in person, please use the raise hand function on the Zoom platform. So let's start first of all in the Northwest and Western Cape block, where our members normally sit. If I can ask for anybody that would like to make any inputs or questions. Honourable Mabibo, I see you already moving for the mic. Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair of Chair. I would like to welcome and appreciate the presentation mainly by Professor Maloka and then all the speakers on the platform. And then what did I take home is when he said we mustn't serve ourselves as the people who are representing the public, but we should serve the people who have elected us. I liked it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Morena, thank you very much, sir, and for setting the standard in terms of timekeeping. I think we all appreciate that. If there are no other inputs from the first block, let's move across to the next block, the second block. Honourable Mabilo is first, and then Honourable Skeer-Kwigel.
No, 2 minutes. No, thanks, Chair. I think we appreciate the lecture itself. It's quite powerful. 2 quick questions. Prof, I would be interested in the illicit financial outflow in Africa. We know that President Mbeki did chair such a commission. My interest would be to say, given the picture that you have sketched, when you contrasted Africa with the Gulf states, how then do we get the progress in relation to curbing the illicit financial flow? Secondly, you have indicated that we are less in the whole African countries. We are not necessarily $1 trillion economy, but we are endowed with natural resources that are not found in any other European countries. In the context of now the topical issue, which is a rare earth minerals. How then do we leverage our comparative and competitive advantages in relation to our minerals? The last one was around the words that you have referred to. That's my last one, House Chair. The words that you have referred to in currently taking place in Africa. For me, the coincidence is that all those countries that are affected by war, they're rich and endowed in minerals, and the examples that you have given. Now, don't you think, Prof, that there is a hidden hand behind those conflicts? Because you were saying there's no justification for us now to say it's colonialism or it's the past. But given the history of plunder and exploitation, don't you think there's a hidden hand or a third force in fueling this wars in order to continue to exploit Africa? Thank you, Chair. If I'm given a chance, I'll get to another round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mabilo. Honourable Skeer-Kwigel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Professor Maloka will forgive me for not having a properly constructed question, but just looking at what he was speaking about, and you're listening to it, and you were talking about it, which is very true, that we need to be crafting our own way forward and not just looking at the Western forces to be constantly like creating this Sasa mentality. We need to get handout. Now, how do we break that path of moving forward? You know, like we say, Africa is moving forward. You see progress, but it's very broken down certain parts of Africa. So how do we move faster? You know, we know that progress has been made, and we've broken away and moving forward as on. But how do we move faster? You know, and it's a big thing. Especially if you look at how our legal structure has been developed through the Roman Dutch and then the English influence, and then we had our democratization in 1996 and incorporating Ubuntu into that, where we have this African concept of Ubuntu, but the Western world is very much individualistic, and they move it, you know, like there's not that grouping. So how do we, that's my crux actually, how do we merge what we see in the West to actually accelerate our growth within this Ubuntu culture, what we've seen in our legal system, which is, it's very much unique to the rest of the world. So how do we create that within in our African perspective? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Skierkorgel. Any other questions from this block? I didn't see any more hands. Let's move to the next block. We'll start with Honorable Kaunda. He was the first to indicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also join the queue to welcome the lecture which was conducted by Professor Maluka and all the other speakers. Chair, I think my first question will be, if you look at how the means of productions defined, it includes land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. So those are the building blocks of economy. So if you compare us as Africa with other developing countries which has transformed themselves into developed countries now because of their own economic strength, what posture do you suggest, Prof, to be taken by Africa in terms of the role of government? Is the government expected to create a conducive environment for businesses to prosper, for private capital to prosper, or governments in the countries which have taken a step forward in developing their economies are really playing a bold and decisive role in the economy? Then the last one, Chair, is based on how can we then maneuver or navigate the space? Because if you look at how colonizers have colonized us, it finds expression through land dispositions. Now, the pace in which we are moving in terms of transforming land in Africa, is it the pace that can take us forward, or the obstacle is the slow pace in which we are moving to transform land? Because land determines the economy. So if land ownership, most of African countries, land ownership is owned by foreigners. And how do you then develop the economy if the land that you're supposed to be utilizing to do that, and also industrializing, because it requires land and all of that? So that is my question. I'll also contribute in the debate if I have a space.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaunda. Honorable Mokwele.
Thanks very much, Udumedisha, Chair of the session, and greetings to honorable members. Chair, maybe first and foremost, let me also join the queue, maybe without mentioning which presentation, but to say all presentation, just to welcome the presentation by all presenters. But Chair, I will then be biased to the one of Professor Eddie Maloka, in particular that he was emphasizing the issue that we are confronting what we are confronted with currently as African. Prof, when you were presenting there, you were emphasizing the issue of African independence in terms of economy. You are more than correct, because historically, as Africans, I mean, we know that most African countries were under the colony of other countries. So how are we going to make sure that as Africans, beside the historical background of being colonizers by other countries, we are self-sufficient, especially with regard to the issue of economy. Yes, as Africa, we can't say we can depend on our own. We need to trade with other countries, like what the president was engaging with the USA president yesterday. We need to trade with them. But as Africa, we need to find a way that within the border of Africa, how are we going to achieve that within this time, within the time frame that we are currently in? But the other question, Prof, on the issue of fear of change of the circumstances. We know that previously, Africa, all African countries, we've been trying by all means to make sure that we are self-sufficient economically as Africa. But the circumstances that we are facing as African countries, Prof, you were very spot on to say that the time frame that we set ourselves as African, whereby we are saying that by 2030, 20 what, we need to take cognizance that we might have challenges as and when the circumstances changes. So how are we going to adopt as African to make sure that whatever hurdle we face as African countries, we are able to attack? Maybe, Chair, I've got a lot of questions for Prof. I see you are looking at me.
I think, Mr. Okwele, let's respect the time, and hopefully you can catch him in the corridor as well. Mr. Farmer, I noted you rising. Did you have a point to make, or?
No, Chair, I thought I would want to sit when he sits, and he took such a long time.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Yes, the gentleman at the back, I'll come back to you. Please introduce yourself if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of this session. Firstly, I'd like to welcome everyone here today and greet everyone, all distinguished guests, Chair, normal guests like myself. My name is Lucian Davids, and I am a delegate that was invited to today's public lecture. I really enjoyed sitting in. It was very educational. Professor Maloka, you did an excellent presentation, and all other latter speakers. Mine is just small. I have two questions that I'd like to ask. One that I'd like you to respond to, Professor, and then also one that Deputy Minister Whitfield can also respond to. Right. So the first question that I'd like to ask is, how does Agenda 2063 accommodate youth? In the sense that, in South Africa alone, we understand that youth unemployment is 60%. There's about 9 million young people that are outside of jobs, outside of education and training, right? And in Africa, the same condition exists, right? So there's a precarity amongst youth. And if we are serious about our future, we are a serious investment. And then beyond that, the second question that I'd like to ask has to do with industrialization in South Africa, right? Because that's something that we're going to continuously talk about, as well as source so much money for. But industrialization is almost virtually impossible because of monopolies in this country, right? Gerard Isaacs wrote a study in 1996 about the financialization of South Africa. Right? We understand quite currently in our economy that we have a high liquidity preference, where we have a lot of money, physical liquid cash in our economy, but none of that is being directed towards industrialization. And why is that? Because the mineral energy complex in South Africa is deliberately halting industrialization from taking place. So should the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, right, not also focus on developing monopoly breaking mechanisms, because that is working against national interests. And industrialization is national interests, because we want people to be employed, we want people to have dignity, we want people to be able to not live on a SASA basis where we live from hand to mouth, but we actually want to develop and empower ourselves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Honourable members, I'm going to just take an online question quickly. The submitter of the question has asked me to read it out. They didn't want to present themselves. It comes from Ms. Yvonne Iyer. And the question is, she first greets and thanks all honourable speakers for the insightful contributions, and then says, I represent the public sector and speak as an SMME founder committed to unlocking the full potential of the AFCFTA for local businesses and communities. At Yin Connect, we actively support capacity building and trade facilitation initiatives to ensure that SMMEs, women, and youth are not left behind. My question is, how can we, as committed private sector partners, become part of a structured working group that helps bridge the gap between government, SMMEs, and communities so that we may co-create practical solutions and fully leverage the opportunities presented by AFCFTA? Thank you very much. With that, we move on to Mr. Sibanda. And again, please respect the time limits. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. First of all, I want also to join my colleagues to thank all the presenters, but nevertheless, also to suggest maybe before I start to ask a question or any comment to you in the panel that it mustn't end like the Africa Day to have such inputs. I'll request that if possible, it must carry on such inputs because they are enriching us. Professor, myself, this one will be dedicated to you. I've got only two. I'll start with science and technology. You see, everybody's crying about the issue of unemployment. But if you talk about science and technology in terms of innovations in South Africa, I'll put an example. I'm subject for correction. South Africa was the first country to develop an electric car. What happened with that project? Because you see, there are barriers that no matter we can come with innovation which seek to address the issue of unemployment, but somewhere, somehow, people are closed down. And as I indicated, that to an extent, that project was suspended, and some of the things which they have done, they were donated in some of the universities. We don't know what happened. So what happened with those barriers? What must we do in order to remove those barriers? And then also, in terms of indigenous knowledge, I'll put another practical example. I don't know for how long are we going to take to remove some of these barriers. But in your level, maybe professors and researchers, can assist us to remove some of these barriers. Not long ago, during the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, if you recall very well, some of the countries refused dismally to assist South Africa. And then when South Africa decided or proposed to do their own research and do their own medication as an alternative, I think there was a response, even including the WHO, World Health Organization, something like that. So now, where are these? What must we do in order to remove those barriers? Because we are talking about freedom, but some of the barriers are still there. Another example, practical example, in this institution.
Mr. Sibanda, please, I must ask you to limit yourself. If there is a debate on Tuesday, I'm sure you can put your hand forward.
All right, let me give to this one. All right, I'm trying to limit. In fact, this was the last which I wanted to indicate. The last practical example. One guy, one of our members, who made a breakthrough. He brought one old man, Ubaba Ukwala, with a medication called Upejan. And the researchers and a lot of people found that that medication was very positive in order to reduce the HIV and AIDS. What happened with that? It means that we are producing people at the end, we destroy them. Indigenous knowledge is gone forever. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's move to this block, please. Yes, Mr. Nzimande, you can start second, third. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga Hlala. Bengithi ngizokhuluma isintu namhlanje kodwa ngosikhuluma ngolesibili. Angizenze nje umuntu ongcono ngikhuluma isilungu. Now the question that one has, obviously, has to do with probably a political will of our politicians in the continent. You have cited that we have a serious challenge around the issue of high debts. Obviously, that might slow the progress in terms of the subject matter. And continuously, our politicians are running to these countries for serious loans, which conversely you'll understand also affect the issue of investment, including on the infrastructure and so forth. Don't you think it's important now that we deal with the causal factor that impedes the issue of us moving faster to our dream, us deal with these issues that are affecting the whole continent, so that we are able now to manage and deal with the issue of our intergovernmental trades? That's one aspect. The second aspect has to do with a political will that relates to the issue of us as a continent. Don't you think it's important that as a continent now we must consider that those that are found, like France and other countries, encouraging and sponsoring the wars that we are having in our continent, we must find ourselves now closing ranks and ensuring that we withdraw even our relations or trade relations with them, so that at least if umkhahlele esiswini uzokwazi ukuthi acabange kangcono, ngoma ngomkhahlele esiswini sizoba nenkinga, uyabona? But the other important part, don't you think the issue also that is standing on and slowing the progress is this fear of high level of corruption and mismanagement of the resources? Okugcina-ke ilokhu sihlalo ukuthi lento yama-drone awucabanga ukuthi lento yokuthi umuntu ofaka amanzi nje ebhakedeni elivuzayo, ngoba ngeke umbalekele umuntu okanye umvimbo, umuntu olambile, kusho ukuthi o-affectwa ama-social economic factors. Awudili ne-causal factor, udila nje wena ngento esikhashana, singisho ukuthi lo mongameli lo musha esimbone ekhuluma no-Trump. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga. Let's go next to the Honorable Nue, please.
Yeah, I'm first House Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. Let me also join the colleagues to welcome and appreciate all presentation from the chair of the NCOP up until the last speaker. We are really enlightened and thankful and truly humbled by those presentations. Hopefully, Chair, those presentations are going to be shared with us at the later stage. Chair, my question is, my issue is just to appreciate the emphasis from the Prof in terms of the education, especially the basic education. Because honestly, the education did not do justice to many of African countries. Because, Chair, we were taught, aboma locust, amo frog. You learn which frog can jump better than the other, which bird can sing better than the other. That is the education that we had. And now, and that education has got nothing to do with economy. And here we are, we had to lead the country with that particular education. Hence, the issue of education system, Prof, is very important in all African countries. It's very sad to pass the primary school, Chair, and you hear young learners are singing nice like birds, and frogs and whatever, all nonsense of things like animals. So really we are humbled, and we have to, as African countries, work very hard in terms of improving our basic education system so that we start our kids at a very early age to understand the economy, to understand the history of their countries, and also to strengthen, nurture their brains to think like business people, not job seekers. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Let's try again with Honorable Nue.
Thank you, Chair. Let me align myself with the established protocol in thanking the presenters, and greetings to everyone in the House. Mine is just one question, Chair. Prof, you only made reference in one line to African Renaissance. And to me, up to where we are since President Thabo Mbeki left office, it was like the African Renaissance concept died. And during his term, you could feel that there is an intention, a deliberate, to unite Africa. But since then, we don't have a feel that we are all Africans in one Africa, and there is an intention to be together. And that it find its expression in things that we are dealing with as Africa today. We're only dealing and talking about war that is taking place in Africa. And it also finds expression in our country as far as xenophobia is concerned. We are unable to talk together and with an intention to deliberately show the world that we are Africa. We are one. So my question is, as you only made only one sentence with reference to African Renaissance, what is it that needs to be done by our African leaders today to begin to come together and show cause that we need to behave as a continent? Because as it is now, it's lacking, it's not there. And your last statement, your sign-off statement, you said Africa in the 21st century should not bow to anyone. How will we succeed to do that if we are not working together as Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngue. The gentleman at the back, if you could also introduce yourself, please, sir.
Okay, my name is John Johnson. I'm the Prime Minister of the USEK, which stands for United Sovereign Cape Kingdom, which is a Khoi nation, not a movement. I've just got no question, but I want to just enlighten the Honorable Prof. Maloka. He spoke about African unification in 2063. For me, the way I see things happening now is the young African leaders has realized that political leaders are gatekeepers for the neo-colonialists. And I don't know if you guys, the honorable members, are familiar with the fact that Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, has also fallen to the youth. So 2063, we might not be there, but if it's going to happen within the next 10 years, Africa will be united. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. If I can ask you just to push the button to turn your mic off again when you're finished. Honourable members, unfortunately, the program was set to be over more or less now. The Deputy Minister has another engagement, but he has asked just to have 2 minutes to respond to some questions that were directed to him. And I think in respect to those that managed to ask a question ahead of time, if we can give him that platform, and then we'll come back and just finish the rest of the questions and comments, please. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for your indulgence, colleagues, and my apologies for doing this. But I thought, let me just quickly give a brief response. Just in respect of the Agenda 2063 and the youth and the involvement of the youth, I think it's important to highlight that there was a youth symposium held in the context of the AFCFTA, I think in Kenya earlier this year in March. And not only are there 1.4 billion people on the continent, but it is an incredibly young population. And so there is no Agenda 2063 without the youth at the center of all of our engagements, whether that is peace and security, whether that is trade, investment. So I just wanted to assure the person who asked that question that is absolutely at the center. I've personally built a relationship with the South African Youth Trade Association, who are very involved with the AFCFTA. And you may recall from my remarks that the South African Cabinet recommended to Parliament the ratification of the protocols, not only on competition policy, but women and youth in particular. And so that is absolutely central to our engagements and our discussions. And I think that we can always encourage more youth voices around the table to participate. It's always robust when the youth are around the table because it's their future, they're invested, and they must be part of that conversation in a meaningful way. Insofar as the monopoly breaking mechanisms, we obviously have the Competition Commission within South Africa that deals with monopolies. But I think we need to take a longer view in the context of the minerals industrial complex that was raised by that person, and look at how we build skills in the mining space in Africa in order not to have to attract investment from abroad. Obviously, we want to beneficiate the minerals we have here. A lot of that capital and that skill exists abroad. What we would like to do is attract more investment to beneficiate, but specifically attract investment into skills development and unlocking domestic pools of capital to invest in domestic entrepreneurs in those spaces to build our own domestic capacity. And then the question with respect to SMMEs, I would just say that the National Implementation Committee, from our perspective, would be the platform where SMMEs are central. All of the mechanisms that we're dealing with to unlock the opportunities for trade and investment will inevitably benefit SMMEs, but I think that the point that was being made was that SMMEs want a seat at the table. And I think organized industry within that space can certainly be part of the conversation, and the DTIC would welcome, certainly trade branch in the context of this discussion would welcome any correspondence from those interested parties to help to shape the way forward for SMEs. And the opportunities that are going to be unlocked, they will be unlocked, and we will realize the full potential of our continent and unlock that prosperity. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you for the
Thank you, Deputy Minister, and thank you as well for your participation today and the preparation that went into it. And we wish you much strength, particularly as you pursue the African agenda in your particular portfolio, and all the best for your next meeting. Honourable members, let's continue with the questions. We'll go to Mr. Peter first, and then we'll move to the lady in red, the gentleman at the back. We'll take those three, and then I'll come back to the last four. Thank you, sir. Honourable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. What a lecture, Honourable Prof. What a lecture. You mentioned two things, Honourable Prof. Self-determination and self-reliance. Prof, I've got only one question, Chairperson. Only one question. My question is, Prof, Africans across the continent move to other countries seeking for greener pastures. They don't arrive there to be a tourist or adventurers. They arrive there as refugees. What role played by AU to save Africans from being refugees from their own continent? I thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. The next lady behind, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Prof for the lecture. Prof, my question is, you mentioned some key points for Africa and how we can develop ourselves. And one of those key points, you spoke about good governance, and which I agree with. But I think that part of implementing good governance in Africa will require us to be a little bit selfish with our resources. And how do we then deal with the pushback from the West and Africa, make sure that Africa is united against the West from the pushback? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. The gentleman at the back, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Senior Parliament Chief, Connor Cornelius Porter. Thank you very much, Prof, for taking, and all the speakers, for taking us through your beautiful lecture. But there's one part out of the lecture. I don't understand why people talk about Africa and African. But when you apply for a job, then they have a classification that is still an apartheid system and a colonized system that oppress the people. What are the AU gonna do about that? Because the Khoi and the San, the indigenous peoples of South Africa and other minority groups, they don't feel home. In fact, it is their home, but someone else has taken over, just like the colonizers. There's no difference between them. My African brothers. I respect them, but they don't respect me. My white brothers. I respect them, but they don't respect me. They treat me like nothing. I don't want to say the word. I want to use the words of Rupert last night. When he looked to Steenhuisen, now I want to look to the NCOP. And I ask you one question. Everybody is worried about wars, but what better war and deeper war is there when you marginalize human beings just like you? Same blood, same breath. Maybe the skin might differ, but it is a shame on you when you're talking in this room today and ask us, tell us the beautiful story of uniting Africa, but it is a broken nation, just a part of Southern Africa that you take and say, no, everything is fine. It can't be fine. Please, Chairperson, we need to delve, and Professor, let us look into that and rescue the indigenous people of Southern Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Paramount Chief, for your inputs. Ma'am.
Thanks, House Chair. My name is Kinalema Mpukunzi, representing SALG, South African Local Government Association. Prof and other presenters, their presentation is welcome. I'm not going to be long. I had quite a few issues, but have to keep time and respect time. The issue that I just want to talk to, Prof, is the issue that you said are the 5 factors that make us as African, especially when it comes to the issue of language. I am raising this based on the continent itself. We've got municipalities in South Africa, we've got municipality in the continent. And the issue of a language barrier is the issue that is very critical for all of us, because local government has a role to play in ensuring that United States of Africa has been realized. But if we are fragmented as local municipalities using different languages, we are unable to find each other. What is it that you think it has to be done? And the other last one, House Chair, is that does Prof does he think that the idea of the United States of Africa is still possible to be realized? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Honourable Brits, you are next.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I think it is befitting that I also greet our visitors to our house in an indigenous language of Africa. Goeiemiddag, baie dankie aan al die sprekers. Dit was 'n besonderse inset wat al die sprekers gelewer het. On this Africa Day, the African Continental Free Trade Area presents the unique opportunity to unlock inclusive economic growth across our continent. But for that to succeed, we must prioritize open markets, the rule of law, and economic freedoms. And the African Continental Free Trade Area should not only become another paper exercise. We must deliver. With good governance, transparency, and accountability at the core, South Africa can lead the way. What are the pitfalls, according to you, that should be avoided in order to achieve these objectives?
Thank you, Honourable Brits. Honourable Nkosi Nkonyana.
Chairperson, honourable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I must also join my colleagues in thanking all the presenters for the wonderful presentations they have made. My comment, my question will be presented by this comment. We know Africa as the continent of milk and honey, particularly before the colonialist came. And it's a pity, I was just trying to go through something here, where one of the colonizers came in Africa and had to go back to Europe and had to report about the state of Africa then, which is what I've just summarized as Africa of milk and honey. Now, Prof, just tapping from your wisdom, are there no lessons that we can learn from pre-colonial time? I know you took it from colonial down, whatever, but are there no lessons that we can learn from pre-colonial era, particularly in pushing back the frontiers of poverty, inequality, and unemployment? That's my question. Thank you, Chair.
Nkosi, thank you very much. Let's move to the Reverend or Father. I hope I'm not demoting you.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to charge you. Thank you so much. I want to start by greetings. My question, the question of land and economical transformation is still a big question in our country. Now, Prof, I'll reduce it to South Africa. If you take this to a layman's language, you spoke about the names that are insultive to us, like Umaswabi. We are calling ourselves the spaza shop owners. Even now, the Deputy Minister of Trade Industry sent a notification of applying for spaza funding. So to us, what we are talking about is like a dream. If you are taking it to me, because the spaza to me is a ceiling. So now, help us, Prof. Like myself from Kailicha, you are talking big,
trade uniting Africa. But how do I graduate from being a spaza shop owner to what you are talking about? Because we are limiting South Africans to what we know. If you take Africa Day to the communities, they still need education, because even the spaza shop are still a battle. People are fighting, killing each other just for a mere spaza shop to own it, because our space is already taken. Whether spiritual, traditional, education, we are infiltrated. So help us to take it in a layman's language to our communities. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Bishop. And I think the last input will come from the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Greetings to yourself and the Deputy Chair and honorable members, and our esteemed Prof and the guests on the virtual platform. Just two areas, Prof, that I want to canvass your views on. But of course, the starting point is to appreciate how you articulated the origin of Pan-Africanism as compared to what happened in Europe, America, and also in Asia, as it relates to their theory of development. There is something that is brewing in countries that were occupied by France. We don't know as to whether should we characterize it as the resurgence of Africa's evolutionary path, because what we see is the emergence of young militant leaders rediscovering the revolutionary flame of Thomas Sankara. And you have correctly pointed out that there are many. It takes one revolution to succeed. So the question that we should be confronting in celebrating Africa Day is how do we navigate around the perception sometimes that Africa Union remains a battlefield between the compromador elite serving foreign interest and the true Pan-Africanist. That's the first point. The second one now relates also to the crisis in SADC and the Great Lakes region. The impression that one gets is that the conflict in East DRC is a symptom of imperialist-backed resource plunder, foreign multinationals which continue to exploit Africa's minerals. What is your observation in relation to that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Chief Whip. Honourable members, we're now going to have just a short response, please. And I think it's appropriate we go first to the Ambassador to the EU, Her Excellency, Ms. Tasa. Ms. Tasa, if you've got some responses, please. If you can keep it fairly brief, and then we'll take some more responses in the House from the Professor. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I don't have much to respond to, but I appreciate the debate and the time that we have an opportunity where I just wish to point to the fact that to the honorable members, we must not forget that Africa is still very much divided. And with this milestone of having this CFTA, it is quite a great development where we are able to showcase to the world what is it that we can do. And I can assure honorable members that it is bringing the global role players to really see how Africa can and gradually develop. So up to this stage, from what I was presenting, Honorable Chair, is the fact that although such divisions remain and disruptions continue because of the critical raw materials, I think at a stage where we are, even though, for instance, at the level of Europe, they've managed to go to small countries and they made them to sign the MOU. It has come back to the table to say, here are the conditions within which we expect, if you are real partners or reliable partners, you cannot continue in the old way where you use Africa as an extraction ground and you take away the minerals. Therefore, we would help you if you work with us in terms of our priorities where you can develop the skills, you can beneficiate. And I must indicate to say, honorable members, yes, reversing such historic, mishappenings. You also, they are reality, they are there, but it's critical to also move at a pace where we are saying as a partner, you have to take into consideration the fact that one, you will have to beneficiate here. And at the same time, we also have to learn to say the SMMEs are part of a sustainable economy moving forward. So the efforts and the focus of government at the moment is assisting to develop them. And I can tell you, even Europe is struggling because their population is aging. So it's an opportunity where if there could be investment, serious investment in skills, in developing the value chains, it is going to help in the very development of the AFCFTA, where there would be our participation from our SMMEs. And now, even when it comes to this carbon border management that has been, imposed, they have found a lot of pressure, both from Africa and from companies within Europe itself, where now they have opened up a window of opportunity for small and medium enterprises to be exempted when they import their products into Europe. If we can look at that, tease that out, and make sure that those SMMEs are not only relying on the big companies in order to access this market, they are assisted instead to produce the necessary quantities and meet the expectation here, and therefore a market is opening for them. I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward for any further inquiries that we can respond to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. There are warm applause here in the House, though I'm sure you won't be able to hear them over the Zoom platform. Professor Maloka, I think most of the questions were directed to you. I'm not sure if you're more comfortable replying from there or coming to the podium. It is entirely your choice. If I can ask you to respond, obviously with one eye on the clock, but I think that I've noted your passion for the subject matter, and I think we've felt the passion from all the questioners who asked excellent questions and made excellent contributions today. So over to you, sir. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I won't abuse your attempt to accommodate me, but I also, like you, concerned that there's time constraint that must be taken into account. So I'll do my best to be as brief as possible. And what will help me is because I've been asked 21 questions by 21 people, and I'm only one person, and I have only one head. But when I was thinking about it further, I thought, actually, I have a brain, but one brain. But then I realized, actually, I can't use my entire brain to answer it because the brain is divided into two parts. So one part does this, the other part. So I'm actually going to have to rely on half of my brain to try to answer some of these questions. So I'm at a disadvantage, 21 questions with half of my brain. But nonetheless, I'll do my best. Mr. Chairman, these 21 questions are many. But the questions, most of them are actually inherent in them are comments and reflections by fellow South Africans. Yesterday, we saw the president perform and a group of South Africans perform on the floor in the White House, in the Oval Office, in defense of South Africa. And they performed exceptionally well. So as I was thinking through these questions that are being asked by fellow South Africans around, there is a question that is missing, which for me, I think is the elephant in the room. What must be the role of South Africa in achieving all these things that you yourselves are pointing out needs to be done on our continent? And I think that's a question. And of course, it will ultimately come to yourself as the legislative leaders in the legislative sector to say, what is it that our role we can play? I agree with my friend, Mr. Honorable Member Sibanda, that perhaps we need a series of engagements. And perhaps that's where I will try to make some suggestions, but not a lot because I don't have time. But to say that what I was trying to say, it's a self-critique. It's a critique of myself because I used to believe in partnerships. I used to defend all of these things for the last 30 years plus. But now I've come to realize, I say, but why is this train not moving? It's like this song we used to listen, the video. We used to watch a video of music when we were young, Skorakor. You know, you're trying to push this car, it's not moving. But I can tell you also, Mr. Chairman, I spent the last 8 years in the African Union until last year. Africa is changing, and I'm so optimistic. I was quite privileged because I was able to work with leaders directly. So when I compare what's happening now with what and how we used to do things in the past, Africa is going to change in the next 30 years. The question is, what is it? I'm quite confident that in no time, we will have $1 trillion economy on this continent. In no time, we're going to get our act together. There is just a country nearby, Mr. Chairman, Namibia. Sit down with the leadership of Namibia, hear what they are thinking. Go to West Africa, sit down with leaders. Every leader is perturbed by this issue. And the comparison that I'm making now with Asia, it was actually brought to my attention by one former president. We were sitting in one meeting, and then they brought us together. It was a few of us African experts. They said, what is it we can do? Our Asian brothers have shown us that we can actually get out of this situation. So that's the essence of what I was trying to say. Yes, imperialism. Yes, all these things. They are there, but that's what we have been believing since independence. That these constraints are so powerful. We can't do anything. We can't even go to the toilet to ease ourselves. You need to call Paris to ask for permission to go to the bathroom. That's how the level to which we had accepted our subservience to the forces of history. And the point that I was trying to make is that the Asians, these small countries of 30 million people, they are bigger, almost bigger than African continent of 1 billion people in what they produce. What is it that they did? And the point I was trying to make is that they found a path which was unique to them, that they themselves had discovered themselves. And they had the Americans there, the French, the British. They were former colonies like us. But they then realized. You know, I'll give you one example, Mr. Chairman, without abusing your patience with me. When you talk to the Emiratis, ask them to tell you the stories of Sheikh Zayed, the one who really got. They tell you a story that recently they were saying, Sheikh Zayed, the way he used to do, he sees a problem and he decides how it's going to be done. He sees they don't have vegetation. Then he said, look for the best institution in the world to help me. They found some center in the US. They brought those experts. They worked for a year. Nothing is happening. Then he then said, it's not working. Then he said, okay, get me trucks from Mercedes-Benz. They brought the trucks. He said, get me the widows. They got the widows, 50 widows. And he gave each widow a truck and said, remove the sand in this area. Whatever revenue you get is yours. So he was making all this intervention. And then he used to pair Emiratis with foreigners. So he sees an airline, he brings the top pilots. He says to the Emiratis, learn from this man. When he leaves, you are going to run this airline. And then one thing that they were telling me recently, so he was giving some of the land. I know our sentiments in South Africa about land and so on concessional basis. And some people around him, perhaps maybe the youth, selling our country, giving the land away. He said, Chief, after 30 years when this concession expires, these people, are they going to carry this land with them when they leave? They can't. They are going to leave it there. But what are they going to leave with you here? It's buildings, development, and so on. So I'm not saying this is how it should be done at home. But I'm saying that's the level to which we really need to go as Africans to think about how really do we get out of this problem. And myself, I feel that with what our president did with his delegation yesterday, what we need to be doing now is to close ranks as Africans. We need to close ranks. Clearly, the French, their issues are over in Africa. The people in West Africa, in Cote d'Ivoire, we heard yesterday, they are rising against the French. It's irreversible. It's for them to sort themselves out in France and see how they adjust to this new reality. They are not going to come back to Africa and control Africa the way they made a mistake, but they bought themselves time. When the British and others were leaving, they didn't leave they left one leg inside and signed contracts and some with these countries and remained, and they were influential. It benefited them when it lasted. But now these countries are getting... So all I'm trying to say, Mr. Chairman, is that there is a revolution happening in Africa, in West Africa, in all the parts in different ways, in Namibia when you talk to leaders. For me, the question is what is it that South Africa we can do? And I want to close just by a few things, comments, and then just a little bit of reference to one or two questions. I think that we have a new leadership of the African Union in Addis Ababa. As South Africa, and we have a South African there, of course, but as South Africa, I think by now, if I had, if I was able to wish, by now South Africa should have taken initiative like the way we used to do it in the past, to start engaging directly with this leadership on the direction. It's an opportunity for us to make sure that the new leadership that has just taken office in February, we bond with them, we work with them, and try to bring a coalition of countries around this new leadership. And I see that we are not doing it. We are not making these interventions. We need to bond with the current leadership, assist them, and try to build a coalition of countries around this new leadership to make sure that we move the African Union. And for me, the African Union, I've worked there for many years now with a different level, different distinct. I've come to a realization that we've made a lot of progress, but we need now to start looking at have a treaty-based, more like the European treaty-based integration model, to move to stand and to come up with a constitutive act that is treaty-based. For now, our integration model is based on political will, that you adopt and you people here in Parliament, you ratify, then that's it. But it has worked, but it doesn't always work. We need to move to a treaty-based, like now the CFTA. So we need to move to something more thorough, more rigorous in how we go, and to create authorities around transport. Some of the things that colleagues, we don't have continental authorities that can even enforce, mobilize resources. So I can't go into the detail. It's a subject for another discussion. There is a lot of thinking that we need to go in to make sure that how do we accelerate our integration into the next 30 years to make sure that it's more impactful. We have done the ideological, we have done all of those things, but we now need to complete the Inga Dam. We need to build the Cape to Cairo. These things we can do, but we need authorities, we need a treaty base, we need to sort out the issues of the finances. But I think that South Africa is in a better, with the performance of yesterday, we demonstrated our capacity at that level, that we can be able to create a coalition or build a coalition of countries around the new leadership of the African Union to be able to move the African Union in a particular, but the kind of direction we need to reflect it together. But the other thing, people were talking about these countries from West Africa. That's my view. Burkina Faso and so on, they were misunderstood. They are fighting the French and so on, but the AU, we've got this doctrine on unconstitutional change of government, and then we applied it a little bit dogmatically in their situation. But you can't blame the AU because the AU is a body, it's a multilateral. Even when the Egyptians, the Arab Spring, we had a debate on this unconstitutional change of government. We suspended the Egyptians and so on. So it's how there is a thinking now that we need to see how we update this doctrine. But in the meantime, they've been suspended. And now they fought with ECOWAS. I don't see why South Africa can't bring those countries here and try to mediate between them and ECOWAS. We need to get them back. And with what we did yesterday and the kind of traction we have on the continent, I think because the West Africans can unite themselves with these countries because they are members of ECOWAS. But if a country like us were to invite these countries, talk to ECOWAS, the president can send envoys, we can be able to get these countries back into ECOWAS and to get ECOWAS unity back on track. So it's just example. So the point I'm trying to say, honorable members, is that the question that is missing in all these 21 questions you have given me, to my half of my brain, it's really what should be the role of South Africa? And I think it's something that we reflect, but we need to reflect on it together. And the issues around Agenda 2063, how we deal with that, we can discuss them because we have tried all these kind of programs before. Now we see where they work, what doesn't work. Agenda 2063, there is I've got a whole, I can talk 2 hours on it, so I don't want to do it now, Mr. Chairman. Just to really to thank you and to say that, like Honorable Sbanda said, this is just the beginning. He was asking me if there are any things from pre-colonial Africa that I was at the funeral, you know, the priest made us contribute money, all of us, to the family. So there are all these things, and there's a lady from the NDA here. They are building cooperatives everywhere. Cooperatives are like that. It's leaving no one behind. But you do what one of the members was saying there. We need to get a SASA mentality out of ourselves. We need to be self-sufficient, self-sustaining, self-this. And the issues around language, I can't answer. We can't. And all these questions that were asked, Mr. Chairman, I have these 2 disadvantages. One is time. The second one is that I only have half of my brain to deal with 21 questions. So I did my best, and then I'm sure that we say in French, au revoir. So we will see each other. It's just a comma. It's not a full stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Professor Maloka, I have a suspicion that even on only half a brain, you're still firing on with more power, brain power than I have. So thank you very much for your inputs today. It is greatly appreciated. Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, the coordinator for today's program has, of course, been the Deputy Chair of the NCOP, and I now hand over to him, and he's going to just give us a short comment on the summary of today and a way forward that we can take. Honourable Les Govender.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair Ryder, for handling this part of the session. I know it was a difficult one, but we appreciate all the comments that came in, all the questions that were asked. I think what came across very clearly is that people were attentive. They were paying attention to what was being said, and they were able to respond and ask pertinent questions, and I think that was absolutely great. What we saw yesterday evening in the White House, it was Africa being taken onto a national platform. It wasn't just South Africa. The way our president handled that situation, Trump could have probably thought, well, I can shake him, but our president was strong. The way he answered, the way he handled the entire thing. So that was Africa being presented there in the White House. I think I'm not going to go into too much of detail about what happened here today, but I think it was absolutely great that we had such high-powered people addressing us. And the knowledge and the experience that came through from all the presenters, I think it was something that we are very grateful for. I want to thank everybody for being here, and very importantly, our staff from the NCOP that put the whole thing together. the people that were out there singing and welcoming us all, the displays that we saw of African art. I think that was absolutely great. So I don't want to go into any more detail because I'm going to hand over to the Honorable Mananiso, who's going to do the vote of thanks and tell us what's going to happen from here on. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Deputy Chair and Chairs of Chairs and honorable members, Prof. Maloka and the SALGA representative and all members who are coming from different angles of our country, South Africa. And I want to greet as well those who are on the platform, honorable members and our guest and Ambassador Kasa and the president of IPU. One is dedicated to do just a simple task of appreciating that we've been here from start to finish, listening to the engagement. And one believes, Honorable Ryder, that it's only through when you know the insight that you can have a foresight and do your oversight. So I want to note that Honorable, actually, Prof. Maloka gave us all by indicating from where we come from, where we are, and what is it that we need to do moving forward. So it's upon us as members of this House that whatever that we have noted in today's discussion, we need to follow through as we do our oversight. In the absence of the Deputy Minister, we must take him to task with the report that he has given us in terms of the whole picture of the economies of South Africa, that we need to follow through. I want to commit to yourself that as partially a young person by heart will follow through your interest to check that young people are taking through. There's inclusion, there's involvement, because it is what we are actually have to do as the NCOP. And I want to thank as well, I want to actually delegate the IPU president that from the everything that was discussed here, we are giving her umpago that as IPU meets, Southern Africa as Western Africa must meet to find solution and speak about coalition. Prof. Maloka, I can tell you the division of Africa is the one that is impeding to the success of the trades, even if on other countries. So it is very important that this coalition trade must continue. And one of the things that one has noted as well on the discussion about today is how do we ensure that as Africa, we find solutions for our problems? Because it is only through our solutions that we can respond to all these continent to continent problems and as well to our trades. The issue of good governance, we cannot deliberate more about, but it's something that we need to do it and do it in our own time, in our lifetime and now. We cannot postpone that issue. So with that being said, and I want to as well acknowledge the chair of the House in her absence here, but I'm more that she's joining us on the air, that indeed in this NCOP, we are evolving. Every month there's something new, more especially when we are commemorating national programs. Today we are here, we have our people from different organizations, your COISAN, and say I have noted what you have raised, it is important. As South Africans, we need to teach ourselves to speak to one another, more especially when we are outside. Prof. Maloka speaks about how negative we are as South Africans. And if you want to hear anything that is bad about South Africa, just sit next to a South African person. You would know everything that is misinformation and disinformation. So, Prof, we have taken your counsel from today. Let's speak less and do more as South Africans, so that our people must understand that we are unique and diverse and we live united as we are. I would want all of you to rise for the national anthem.
and as well the AU anthem. Technical team. Chair, where are your people? Some of us can see. You can see that's the AU anthem.
Technical team, sound, please.
Technical team, can we have South African anthem first, then AU will come after? Let's all. Deputy, can we sing the national anthem so that we adjourn? We know you are tired, then you are released, it's fine. Nkosi sikeleli Afrika, maluphakamisu uphondo lwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu. Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo, murena buluka sitjhaba sa Yesu, ufedise dintwa le matshwenye, usibuluke sibuluke sitjhaba sa Yesu, sitjhaba sa South Africa, South Africa. 80 ploeg van onze hemel, 80 diepte van ons Heer. Waar ons weg is van die grote antwoord geeft. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us strive and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Amanda.
Wankumbuzo Rasta.
Honorable colleagues, one more announcement. Could we, attention please, attention. Hello. Could we all meet at the steps for the official photograph? You're all invited to the steps for the official photograph. Thank you.
Recording stopped.